stole that.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Calling to order the meeting of the Select Board for July 27th, 2021. And I would like to start the meeting off by having us say the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Great. So we will get started here. We were going to have a joint meeting, I believe, with the Parks Commission, but I see we have two members here, so you don't actually have a quorum for calling a meeting to order.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. So before we get into the initial business, I just wanted to take a minute as we sort of change hands here, I guess I would say, and extend a personal thanks. And also, I think I'll speak for the past members of the Board of Selectmen. The Select Board. How could I do that? Ooh. Past members of the Select Board, to extend a real big thank you to Rini for all of her leadership that she has exhibited over the last 2 years being the chair of the Select Board. There's been a lot of time and energy put into helping us navigate our way through, especially last year with all the uncertain COVID craziness we went through, and she did that with lots of energy and tirelessly, while at the same time managing to carry on her duties as a full-time hospice person and just a demanding full-time job. So I know it wasn't easy, and we really thank you for all of your time and effort put forward for the citizens of Southampton. With that, I would just like to reiterate that taking on now this role of Select Board Chair, thank you very much for the confidence that has been put in me, and I would like to assure everybody that we're going to try and keep on the same kind of, I guess, collegiality, open communication, accountability, and transparency amongst ourselves to the employees of the town and to the volunteers, the many volunteers that work in various roles here in Southampton, and keep on doing that with a good spirit, and hopefully achieve some goals this year that we are all proud of doing, okay? So with that, I think our first meeting topic, we really have the first two that are kind of empty. So there's no public hearings, there are no presentations tonight, but we do have some appointments and resignations, basically all appointments at this point. And the first one would be through the Park Commission, and I guess we have an open seat on the Park Commission that was not filled at the election time, and we need to fill a seat until the next election. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. Mark Reed, Chairman of the Park Commission. Mm-hmm. Paula Mack, who is also a commission member. Mm-hmm. We have two other members currently that are away on vacation, so they couldn't be here tonight. Okay. So that the empty seat that was vacated by Jeff Swanson, mm-hmm. No one volunteered to run, so that we have a vacancy. Okay. Janet Kane approached the Park Commission and expressed interest in joining us. Okay. We discussed it at our last board meeting, and we all agree that she would be a great person to have on the Park Commission, and hopefully the board will appoint her tonight, so that then we will have a quorum for our meeting right after this is done.
Okay, good. So would you like to make a motion on that?
So yes, mm-hmm. We'd like to make a motion to have the Select Board appoint Janet Kane to the Park Commission to fill out the remaining time for mm-hmm. the open slot. Okay. I believe it might be another 2 years.
No, it would go until May 17th, the next election. So May 17th of 2022.
Okay.
In this case, yeah.
Great.
Okay. And could I have a second? Anyone?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to hear from Janet.
So there. Step right up.
And not just a few words, you want a full dissertation on why she wants to do this,
I'd like to
right?
defer to the chair, not the old chair for that, but Janet Kane, 83 Glendale Road. I'm honored to be appointed to the parks. I've attended numerous meetings over the last year and a half. We've worked very closely with the Pickleball Initiative. My first career was a physical education teacher. I was a club pro at a racquetball club. I coached kids, I coached adults. Sports are my heart. So I look forward to working together, and I admire the folks on the commission, and I think that it's a great opportunity for me. I'll go 1 year at a time. But thank you for your vote of confidence, too.
Okay, very good. Okay. Any other discussion? If not, could we have a roll call vote, please? And the Park Commission folks are eligible to also vote in this, even though you don't have a quorum. It's part of your statutes, so.
Okay. Mark Reed, yes.
Paula Mack, yes.
John Lumber, yes.
Francine Tishman, abstain.
Roden, yes.
Piper, yes.
Fowles, yes. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks for stepping up.
Thank you very much.
Yep, great. So, we will leave you to your next meeting and all of that work that looks like you've got a bit to do in that folder over there, so. Good. With
They
that,
just have to sign a lot, that's all.
a lot of signatures, yeah. Get the pen out. Okay. So we'll continue on with the appointments. Looks like here we have several appointments for election workers. And if I may, I will just go ahead and read all of the names all at once. Patrice Crevier, Joanne Perrier, Lucinda Palmer, Mary Robinson, Virginia Huntley, Jessica Neiswender, and Eileen Hamill. And these 7 people have been put forth as possible election workers. They've turned in their paperwork. It's been signed by the town clerk. Their terms would all expire on August 15th, 2022. And that's where we are. So could I have a motion to approve the entire slate?
I'll make a motion to approve the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 election workers.
7, right. Could I have a second, please?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor?
I have a
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, maybe Lucy can answer this. How many election workers are usually needed for the various elections in town? And do you employ all of them? How do you make a decision around who gets called in over other people, that sort of thing?
Lucy Dalton, 10 Strong Road, Town Clerk. Normally, we have 8 because the hours are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. when it's a state election, general election. So we have to have people switch out because some people will do a 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Full day, and some will do 6 to 1 or 1 to 8 or 1 to 4. So we have to switch out, and we need normally 2 checkers at the check-in table and 2 at the checkout, and then we need a warden, so.
So do you usually use all of the election workers for all of the
Usually,
elections?
yeah, usually, I mean, this year we didn't, because the acts of 2020 and 2021, we didn't have to do a checkout table. I don't know if that's gonna carry over to 2022, it may, if it does, then, but if I call someone and they can't do it, then I still have backup. I have 7 other people.
Okay, do you rotate who you call?
Yeah, I mean, I try to call everyone, so,
Okay.
And kind of at a minimum, you need 5 then, if that's what I'm hearing,
yeah,
Yeah.
because we have to have a
at
quorum,
any
yeah.
election.
Yeah.
Okay,
So.
great.
I have another question. Recently, the election worker pay was switched over to the operating budget. That was, we learned that that was the right way to do it. Are the election workers, when you mentioned 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., are they subjected to, overtime laws and that sort of thing?
Not that I know of. Mass general law for elections says that the hours are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., so there's no overtime.
Okay.
It's just that schedule.
And under the FSLA, it would be 40 hours in a week.
Okay, so
So
it
it
wouldn't
would
be
constitute
after
the
8 or
overtime.
anything, yeah, okay.
Okay,
Thanks, Lucy.
yeah, any other discussion, questions?
Can I just say one more thing? I am going to be putting in a piece in PCFs for all of these people for the increase to be minimum wage.
Yeah.
$13.50
Okay.
or whatever, 13, yeah, so.
They actually had an election before the end of the fiscal year, so they were not paid as the other retroactive workers were, no?
No, they were paid what they were paid last year.
Okay.
so.
So going forward, we'll get them regularized
They're all
to
gonna be- yeah.
1350?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, thanks, Lucy, appreciate that. All right, if we're ready to vote, could I have vote, please? Anyone? We have a motion and a second, I believe? Do we not?
Okay. Do we,
Ready to vote?
Yes.
are we doing roll call for all, or we just?
We don't need to do roll call now,
No,
just
it was
regular.
just for
So
now.
all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Very good, thank you. Moving on. Moving on, let's go to reports, and we'll start, we've switched the order back around a little bit to the way it kind of used to be. We're going to start with the town administrator's report, and thank you, Ed, for going back to having a written report for us, much appreciated. The rest of us will still kind of do our select board reports more orally and from our notes, but we appreciate having a written report from the town administrator, so I'll let you go ahead with that.
Sure, thank you. Let's see, just wanted to let you know that the building department has sent out information that their online permitting option for contractors and residents is up and working, and the information may be found on the building department page of the town website. The assessor's office will be open on Tuesdays from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. and also on Wednesdays from 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. while they are looking to fill the principal assessor's vacancy. We did receive a response from town council regarding the Water Commission authority to set the rates of pay for employees of the water department, but I received it after the agenda was posted. I have listed the response below, but I would like to include this as an agenda item for the August 10th Select Board meeting for further discussion, and to also let the water commissioners know of the opinion from town council. You have requested an opinion concerning the authority of the Board of Water Commissioners to set the salaries of Water Department employees. As I understand the facts, the Water Department is administered by an elected three-member body, which I will refer to as the Board of Water Commissioners, or Board, in this opinion. The Board of Commissioners was established pursuant to Chapter 339 of the Acts of 1931, which authorized the town to supply water to its residents. In my opinion, the Board of Commissioners does not have the authority to set salaries of Water Department employees. In my opinion, the authority lies with the Select Board, subject to any procedural requirements for budget setting, the salary ranges of a classification and compensation plan, if any, procedural requirements for salary merit increases that are contained in the town's personnel rules and regulations were applicable, and of course, subject to appropriation. Chapter 339 of the Acts of 1931 confers significant authority on the Board of Water Commissioners, but this authority is subject to such instructions, rules, and regulations as the town may from time to time impose by its vote. There is nothing in Chapter 339 that expressly confers upon the Board of Water Commissioners the authority to hire personnel. We have interpreted the analogous provisions of General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 69B, which similarly does not contain any reference hiring authority, as not providing boards of water commissioners with such hiring authority. This contrasts with other statutes which expressly authorize an elected or even appointed board or official other than the Select Board to hire personnel. CEG, General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 12, Zoning Board of Appeals may, subject to appropriation, employ experts in clerical and other assistants. General Law, Chapter 41, Section 19, Town Clerk may appoint an assistant town clerk. General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 81A, Planning Board may employ experts in clerical and other assistants. In contrast, General Law, Chapter 41, Section 62, governing the powers and duties of the highway surveyor, gives the surveyor exclusive control of the ordinary repair of public ways in his town without being subject to the authority of the selectmen. But that statute, like Section 69B, does not confer upon the highway surveyor hiring authority. In short, different statutes confer different levels of hiring authority upon various boards and officials, and we need to examine the specific statute that applies to the board or official in question in order to determine whether that board or official has hiring authority. If the particular statute or other enabling legislation does not provide a board or official with hiring authority, state law defines the selectman as the default appointing authority unless otherwise provided by charter. See General Laws, Chapter 4, Section 7, 2A. This is reflected in the personnel rules and regulations in the definition of appointing authority. Where the statute or enabling legislation defining the powers and duties of an elected or appointed official does not expressly provide hiring authority, we take the position that no authority can be implied. As a result, it is my opinion that the Water Commissioners do not have any hiring authority for Water Department personnel and cannot establish salary or compensation levels for the Water Department employees. Please note that I have also considered the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 108, which states in pertinent part that all boards or heads of departments of a town shall, as soon as may be after the passage of the annual budget, fix the salary or compensation of all officers or employees appointed or employed by them, emphasis added, provided that said salary is within amount appropriated at town meeting. Because it is my opinion that the Water Commissioners do not have any hiring authority over Water Department employees, the provision of General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 108, cited above, would not provide the Commissioners with authority to set department employees' compensation within the appropriation made at town meeting. I note that it is possible that the Select Board may have delegated authority to the Board of Water Commissioners to act as the hiring authority for Water Department employees at some point in the past. Similarly, town meeting may have voted some express hiring authority to the Board of Water Commissioners. Either of these events could impact the above analysis. If the Board of Water Commissioners has historically made hiring-firing decisions for department employees, it may be worth researching town records to ascertain whether either the Select Board or town meeting has taken any additional action with respect to hiring and management of these employees. My understanding from our conversation is that you were not aware of any such delegation of authority and that the Select Board had traditionally acted as appointing authority for Water Department employees. I will also note that the use of an enterprise fund for the Water Department has no bearing on this issue, as this is just an accounting mechanism and there is no inherent independent authorities that inure to the Board of Water Commissioners as a result.
Okay. So we'll definitely aim to put that back on the agenda for the next meeting. I
For the
think it's
10th.
wise to
Correct.
share that with the Water Commissioner.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? So,
Could we finish his report first?
oh, I'm sorry, I thought
Is that
it was
okay?
done. I'm sorry.
We'll come back to it.
And just to let you know, the faulty sensor unit and the HVAC system here at Town Hall for air handler unit 4 in the duct has been replaced, and that is taking care of the issue of it tripping every once in a while. Randall Camp Highway Superintendent has requested that Emily Tully from Ty and Bond present at a public hearing at one of the August Select Board meetings in order for public outreach as part of our MS4 requirements, as well as to be able to discuss any potential ramifications from our new stormwater bylaw modifications, which is awaiting approval by the Attorney General, as well as what has been accomplished during fiscal year 21 and what is planned for fiscal year 22 in our MS4 plans and requirements. Does the Select Board have a preference to schedule this public hearing for either the August 10th or August 24th meeting?
Any thoughts from anybody? Is there a
Question?
preferred date? Yeah.
When are we starting the department reports?
Probably in September.
Okay, so it's not like Randall would be presenting any, okay.
Hadn't planned
Doesn't
on it,
matter.
really. I mean, we need to talk about the schedule tonight. We've got an idea for a schedule, but whether we adopt that is another story.
I don't have a preference then.
Yeah. So shall we do it if the person is available on the 10th? Should we have the person be
Yeah.
invited to come in and do a presentation for us?
Sure, that's fine.
Let's try for the 10th.
Okay.
And if that doesn't work, then the fallback will be the 24th. Okay? All right?
Thank you.
Yep.
And then, just to let you know, we have received notification that the town has received a $100,000 Mass Trails grant to help further fund the acquisition of the right-of-way from the Pioneer Valley Railroad for the Greenway Bike and Pedestrian Trail.
Yep. Yeah. Lucy, you had a question? Sorry.
Could I just ask Ed on this last item, how he would, could you summarize the different, we've had a couple of different sources of funding now for this. Could you just put the whole picture together for us?
We've actually received two $100,000
Right.
grants. One was from, I believe, DHCD from their
The Small Town Housing Choice
choice
Fund.
fund, yeah. And then this one came from Mass
That's
Trails.
true. Yeah.
And then the
And we also have the debt exclusion that was passed at town meeting.
Yeah, I was going to go further into that under the
Yeah.
Greenway
Right.
agenda item.
Okay.
Because
But we
it's-
have at least a good down payment of 200,000 toward the right-of-way acquisition. Yeah, okay. Lucy, question?
So I just want to know, Lucy Dalton, Town Clerk, 10 Strong. The question that was asked at the July 13th meeting about getting legal information from KP Law regarding the water enterprise, if town meeting overrules, what is that, has that been answered?
No, this is the opinion that they gave us, right? So
Correct.
Yeah, so it doesn't sound like town meeting
So
has,
town meeting,
I'm
so the
not-
town
I'm not hearing-
voters, they vote and it doesn't matter?
So I guess the confusion, and I understand what you're saying, Lucy.
Yeah.
The confusion is the question at the beginning that they said, is the question the Board of Water Commissioners able to set the salaries of the water department employees? And on July 13th, we discussed, regardless of who sets it, if the town votes on it, are we stuck with it, basically?
No,
No, and that.
that's an appropriation.
Okay,
Right.
okay. And that's based on this GL, Chapter 41, Section 108, that she cites? Okay.
okay, yeah, sorry, John?
So just, so as I understand it, we're gonna have a joint session now. I think that's what I heard Madam Chair say in the middle of the report. But I would, if we're not gonna discuss this tonight, that's fine. We can delay until we're together. But I would like to see what the question that was posed. And I guess now I'd like to see because I believe supporting documents went with the question, namely the enabling acts. So I just want to read them myself. And then the original opinion. Because my guess is this is a copy and paste, which is fine, but it's not signed by anybody.
Yeah.
So
No,
if we
and
could
as-
have that packet,
Right, and as Ed said, this came in after we set the agenda. We set the agenda last Thursday.
yeah.
And so anything that comes in within 48 hours of the meeting doesn't get on the agenda. So that's why Ed was suggesting we bring it up on August 10th to discuss it and have water commissioners available to also be here.
Respectfully, I understand that, but it's now been read into the record.
Mm-hmm.
So it's now part of the record, and this is the first time anybody's seeing it. So now we're going to have a 2-week period where people are stewing about this. That's all.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I mean, the choice would have been to not say anything about it, I suppose, tonight, but we have the opinion, and so the decision was to at least let us know what that had said, but yes, we will put it on the agenda for August 10th at this point in time, and invite anybody from the water commissioners that can be here to join us, whether it's a joint meeting or just representatives of the water commission itself.
And it also opens it up to the fact if there was anything that we don't know about that was approved by town meeting or the select board.
Yeah, okay. All right. Any other comments or questions on
I
Ed's
do.
report?
I have actually a question about the first one. The building department has set up the online permitting option for contractors and residents. So does that mean people are going, my understanding is that depending on the property, Conservation Commission has to sign off on the building permit before anyone can start building. Is that considered, is that part of this online permitting option, is making sure that conservation is notified if a building permit's coming in and?
This is the application piece.
Okay, this is just the application?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so nothing's being permitted online?
No.
Okay, sorry, just want to clarify, thank you.
The idea is to make it a little bit more accessible, hopefully to contractors and others that need to do
Right.
business with the town.
Right, yeah,
Great.
it's instead of having to bring the hard page documents in, you can do it online, and you can also pay online.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, good. It sounds like a step forward. Hopefully it will be
Yes.
used. Okay, good. All right, if no other comments on the town administrator's report, let's move on to select board reports. Who would like to go first? Joy, would you like to start down there?
I just might need a minute to
Oh, okay.
load up my notes, sorry.
Yeah? or anybody else? John, want to start on your end? Doesn't matter.
Sure, I can go first, and I understand, so I submitted these in written format, which I will continue to do. I'll have them in Friday before the weekend, so they can be part of the generally accepted public record. I'm just going to skim through it and skip over all the attachments. But met with the finance committee last night for a few hours. There was a healthy conversation about the town accountant, assistant town accountant's position, a lengthy discussion about the deadlines that are approaching and the concerns about, from their point of view, it doesn't appear that commitments have been booked, assessments are not being booked timely, transfers not posted, the 2022 budget isn't in the system yet. They're anticipating a delay in having free cash certified. They're concerned that Schedule A will not be filed prior to November 30th, which potentially would impact our local aid being delivered to us. Setting the tax rate before December, then having to wait until the final bills are out, impacting cash, and then having a person in the position to assist in the preparation of the next budget in a timely fashion. They will be requesting a standalone meeting, or they're going to ask respectfully for a standalone meeting with the select board, where this is the sole subject for 90 to 120 minutes, to strategize and develop a roadmap out of this with in a collaborative form. At the end of the day, it's up to the select board to set the budget or approve the budget as the town's chief policymaker. I have a typo here, I put ARP, but the committee also discussed the possibility of asking for the cumulative, a portion of the $1.8 million in funds coming in to be used to upgrade the software system and potentially outsource the payroll or modernize it. And the committee as a whole, as well as I took this as a positive sign, as well as the town treasurer collector and myself will be attending a August 4th seminar put on by Department of Local Services called the Yarmouth Tax Rate Recap Process. Yarmouth is routinely amongst the first communities to have its tax rate recapitulation sheet submitted to the DLS each year. And in the webinar, we'll learn about how their collaboration and financial management team approach has created an automated tax recap process. And we'll see if we can glean any ideas away from that to incorporate here in the town. Personnel Policy Procedure Board met on July 15th with 4 of the 5 members present. The first item was a joint session with the Board of Assessors. There was a lengthy discussion about consideration of increasing the potential compensation for the principal assessor. The board explained to the Board of Assessors that whole process, and if they wanted to look, the only way the board could consider that would be by a revised job description. They took that back with them. Took up 2 PCFs, which I believe will be up later on the agenda, and they received 1 communication from a citizen of the town asking that for reconsideration on implementing a formal employee review process. That led to another healthy conversation from several members of the public. And then the last, or second to last, the board discussed its uncertainty on its roll forward and is unsure whether they now need to follow the May 18th ruling of the select board, which in their view, they didn't believe a public hearing was held as was required, and therefore they're not sure whether that's now the law of the town or if they should continue under the June 23rd, 2016 personal bylaws. After another lengthy discussion, it was agreed to send a formal communication, which was attached via the town administrator to KP Law so they can get guidance for going forward. And then the last thing, which I think will come up probably in another month or so, is there are several potential adjustments to the policy bylaw. But it was just a running list, so the clerk is going to attach that to the bylaws and redline it all so that it'll be easier to decipher what changes they're suggesting. Mm-hmm. And that'll come back.
And will that also come to the bylaw committee, the general bylaws committee?
I don't know for sure, but I would assume so. This would just be the draft and a recommendation out of the committee,
Okay.
and then follow whatever
Okay,
process there
understood.
is.
Okay, all right.
I do have just a comment.
Sure.
on the assessor, rescoring the position. While I was on the PQB, there's a precedent set of rescoring positions based on existing job descriptions, not revised job descriptions. So are we setting a whole new, because technically, I would agree with this, that in order to rescore a position, we based on changing job responsibilities and duties.
Usually.
But that has not been consistently applied. So I just want to bring it to your attention, and I hope that you bring it to their attention, and that whatever going forward becomes the standard practice and is consistent for everything.
And my understanding is the board just rescored that position, maybe a month or 2 months before.
But there were others that were rescored based on existing, not new proposed descriptions.
Yeah, I think some level of consistency is needed here. We've had mixed understanding, yes?
Jennifer Day, Treasurer Collector. The assessor job was just rescored based on the existing job description, like John said 2 or 3 months ago. So
That's not what you said.
I thought they provided a new job description 2 or 3 months ago.
new? Oh, okay. I'm
Or
sorry.
an
I thought it
updated
was
one.
also-
I can go back to my notes.
Okay, yeah, I could be wrong. I thought it
That's
was
fine.
also existing, but, because
But-
it was during that whole time frame when
Yeah.
they were all existing job descriptions being restored.
But,
But I could be wrong.
Okay.
but from the select board's point of view, I understand and I agree that this is what it is. If you want us to look at a new number, then there has to be something
Yeah.
new before the body.
Normally something, I mean, in my experience, normally something would have changed in that person's duties, whether it's a supervisory level or some extra duties that have been incurred or something else. So that's usually been my experience, that would be why you would want to bring something to PQB to have it rescored. So I don't know how it's been applied, but that's usually been the practice. Any comments? Yeah.
Now, can I just ask you to repeat what you said about a concern that was brought by the public? I didn't hear what you said. You
There was
said-
an email communication that was part of the record of the PPPB board by a gentleman by the name of Jim Palermo,
Oh,
Palermo,
Yeah,
Palermo.
Palermo, yeah.
Palermo, where he requested the board reconsider its prior position to implementing a formal employee review process. He was against it.
Oh, okay, yeah. He was a former PQB member, too.
Okay. Okay, any other questions, comments? Joy, would you like to go next? Once you have your...
Okay, so the Southampton Conservation Commission met on July 19th. There was, I know this is different than some of the boards, but there are like personal like applications. That's something that.
You wouldn't necessarily go into anybody's name and individual,
Of course not.
but you can talk about whether there were NOIs or
Generalities.
summaries,
Okay,
whatever
thank you for
requested, yeah.
clarifying. Okay,
Right.
so there was an ANRAD, and it has been, it was not approved. There's riverfront delineation issues between the Conservation Commission, and they're having a peer review done. So there's a reduction of the boundaries, and and there was a discrepancy between the applicant and what was reviewed. There were some or some documents that were submitted right before the meeting as well, so the Conservation Commission wanted to take another 2 weeks before they voted on it. So that was delayed to the next meeting. There was a beaver dam, which the highway department went down and saved the beavers, and they moved on to the Manhan Meadow Sanctuary. We did get that additional grant to go into phase 2. I think this meeting was right before we found out about the grant, actually.
Yes, I think it was.
So
yeah.
they didn't discuss it particularly, but luckily we did get the phase 2. They were waiting to hear about it. And they're meeting on June 30th or they met on June 30th for what would be needed for the contract. John Kane is doing the work for the bridge there. There's a fourth, oh,
Sorry, that contract has been signed, is that, or,
I know that we met with them, so I don't know if it was signed yet. To see what would, the work that would need to be done.
okay.
I think he was going to view it to give an estimate. Forestry work update, the Clark Chapman House is being worked on, as we know. The brush needs to be picked up. So there was a call out to anyone from the Conservation Commission that wanted to move the invasives that were around there, and bring them to the dump instead of just leaving them there. There was a new member that was interviewed. Since then, they have rescinded their application due to issues with communication with the town. So they're still looking for new members.
Okay.
So if anyone is interested in the Conservation Commission, please reach out. And then there was a communication in regards to, from the public in regards to potential wetlands on the edge of Labrie Field and asking the Conservation Commission to look into it.
Okay.
It was a pretty short meeting. Planning Board meeting was held July 21st, 2021. The meeting was opened with a stormwater application, and it's a vacant lot. There is a farm nearby. There's a lot of concerns in regards to the runoff. The planning board was concerned if there should be a silt fence or sock along the roadway, but where the property is located, it's below the roadway, so the runoff actually isn't going to go into the roadway. That was also a concern that the highway department communicated to planning board, but from the looks of the plans, it doesn't seem that it is going to be an issue. Should I be reading off property numbers?
Don't really need to.
Okay,
I think I would keep it somewhat general.
Okay, I will, okay.
Because those notes are there for anybody who wants to look at these.
Absolutely,
They would be in the actual individual meeting
sure,
records on file.
absolutely.
Okay.
There was an A&R application that was approved, and an A&R, two A&R applications that were approved by the board. There was supposed to be a working session to go over the zoning bylaw revisions with consultant Larry Smith. He was unable to attend, so we're going to go over at the next meeting. The bylaws need to be reviewed.
Is that one bylaw or several bylaws? Zoning bylaw?
It was several.
Uh-huh.
It looks like in general, the zoning bylaws need to be reviewed.
Gotcha.
There were 3 building permits that were discussed, elections of the officers, and then the communication from the highway department in regards to the runoff on the road for that application. The warrants, there was Pitch Farm and Gill Farm where subdivisions were approved, and in regards to, they discussed the solar energy bylaw, and there was a question if we had a wind energy bylaw, and we do not. So that's something that we are going to look over talk about at the next meeting. We discussed collaboration with the Open Space Committee and more communication with them together, also with the Conservation Commission to make sure there's more strategic planning on all the boards. And I said I would kind of implement that as a liaison to those boards as well. In regards to, there was a discussion in regards to the new Airbnb case law that we had seen that communication from KP Law. I was going to look into further our zoning bylaws to see if there was what's going on with how our residential and single family is defined, and leasing, long-term leasing versus short-term leasing. So I could go back to their next meeting to discuss it and see if there needs to be some kind of revision to accommodate Airbnbs or something that we need to actually discuss, because we do know that people in town do offer their homes as Airbnbs, and it might be a concern, so we want to address that.
Probably ought to regularize that if that's happening.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right, good, thanks. All right. Any questions for Joy on her reports? If not, Francine,
Yeah,
ready?
I'll go next. The Board of Health met on July 14th, and we reviewed, an update of the mosquito surveillance information that's available to the town and the control program that we're a part of. Just to let everyone know that we did not develop a customized agreement, which means then that the state not only has the ability to do surveillance, but they also have the ability to come in and determine which means of control. But we will have an opportunity next year, and they are considering developing an alternate control plan for the next year. However, the numbers, despite that, for the week ending July 10th, for West Nile virus and Triple E virus, among the populations tested, they tested mosquitoes, and there was one West Nile virus positive. They tested horses, and one horse or cow, they don't specify. They tested one, and it was negative. And human surveillance, they tested 34, and none were positive for either. So that's good information for us to know under the current arrangement that we have. They also discussed the 3-year agreement that the Select Board and the Board of Health signed with the town of Northampton for a coalition which would facilitate information sharing of importance, especially during this time of continuing COVID. That agreement is for 3 years. It can be renewed at the end of that 3-year period for 6 or 9 additional years. The next Board of Health meeting is scheduled for August 11th. The bylaw committee met on July 15th. The major focus is moving along the soliciting, the nuisance, peace and quiet bylaw, and the building numbering bylaw. Those 3 are on tonight's agenda for review by this group. But more importantly, the discussion of the committee was focused on how do we get the drafts out to the public and get some feedback. And that would be through the posting those 3 bylaws, draft bylaws, on the town website, setting up an email account so that we can gather individuals' comments, and then arranging for a public meeting at which time those comments would be shared, in addition to gathering others with members of the public who are interested in attending that meeting. Right now, that we're looking, the time frame would be, we would post the 3 bylaws for the month of August, then early September, probably after Labor Day, we would have a public meeting on the subject, depending upon, the outcome of that and the revisions made. We would again present the documents to the Select Board before asking our lawyers to review them, and then moving them forward to the next scheduled special town meeting, whenever that is, hopefully in the fall. The next bylaw meeting is scheduled for August 5th. And then finally, that we had received a small grant award through PVPC to examine the feasibility of a regional HR resource in which Southampton would participate. Nothing has really happened up to now, although I've been contacted by the project manager, who says we're going to be getting a call and setting up our first meeting either this week or next week. So I'll have more to report on that, but at least it's now in process. It's in the lineup. So,
Yeah,
and that's it for me.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Francine, what committee would be the lead on that HR regional thing?
I would assume that the committee would be with, most likely with the QB. They would have to be made aware and brought in. But right now, it's just looking at the feasibility of it. It's really not, unfortunately, not setting up a system or a service that would support us.
And if they follow suit like they had done before, until we have a first meeting with the folks from PVPC and other towns that may be included in this, until they develop their scope of work and show us what they're aiming to do for us,
Right.
with us,
Mhm.
it's
Yeah.
hard to know, because it may be more than just PQB. It may be other committees that might
Oh, okay.
need to be involved, depending on how they define the regionalization portion of it.
Mhm.
Um, But this has been on the books since, what, early this spring, I think, right?
So who reached out to you, Francine? or-
Thought it was
Oh,
even
the-
earlier than that.
Yeah,
but-
PVPC
The
themselves.
project manager, Eric Weiss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they had started, we had two DLTA grants in the
Mhm.
spring. One is for the Housing Commission, and they've actually already started.
Mhm.
And then this one has been on hold for months and months.
Okay.
And so it's the proposal Francine and I drafted to put forth to DLTA,
Oh,
to
okay.
PVPC.
Right, right,
So
right.
we'll see what the scope of work comes and, where, how we want to go with this. I'd like Francine to start with this at least, and then if that, doesn't seem to be the most appropriate, certainly John, as the rep from PQB, can join in if you've got time to. So
And
we'll sort of
actually,
wait to see how they go.
there's a third DLTA also, which is the second phase of that regional one for the historic canal study.
Canal, right, for the Historic Commission, that's right. So there's 3 of those, and they've been at varying stages of getting started. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, Lucy, question?
I just wanted to, do I have to say my name again? Lucy Dalton, 10 Strong Road, Town Clerk. I just wanted to follow up on the bylaws. So the E-Code 360 program, the contract has been signed. It was signed July 1st. And we are waiting to hear when the first steps are to get that program running.
Okay.
They're going to send out the first invoice. We have to pay 10% of the total cost 30 days after the contract is signed. But they're going to send a rep out to meet with the bylaw committee and myself to
Great.
start the process going. So
Good.
just wanted to update you on
That'll
that.
be something to look forward to and hopefully make life easier for the bylaw committee.
We'll have to plug them in on the continuum of work.
Yeah, right.
That's good to know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, that is good, yeah. No,
Will that
thanks.
affect the current bylaws or any future updates or whatever?
Not necessarily. I mean, they would have a lot to do with the things that have already been recently approved, or, to get those codified into their formatting
Right.
and stuff online.
Do
The
they have
3
draft bylaws?
Yeah.
Okay.
there's multiple towns, and we've often gone to other
Right.
towns through the E-code system to take some inspiration of the language that they've used in some of these,
But the bylaws committee will still need to do the wordsmithing and all of that, or do they present draft bylaws for
Well,
consideration?
I think we would still have to develop
Yes.
and identify the bylaws and develop them and draft them,
Right.
and then pass them on to them so that
That's correct.
they can check how compliant anything is with existing state regulations. Probably put it in language that's more, help us improve the language at all. And I'm hoping, honestly, if they do this before our documents end up going to the attorneys, that ultimately we could save legal fees because it would be an easier review process for the lawyers now that it's gone through, this system, which has a lot of expertise
Right.
in developing appropriate, compliant.
yeah.
Right, we'll send them the wording, they'll review and do what they do, and then they will send a draft back to the select board and the bylaw committee to review, to okay, to give them the final yes, and then they will put it into the codification program. So it's a great program. It really is. It's going to help this town a lot, so.
So,
Well-
speaking of the bylaws, do we pay attorney to review the bylaws before town meeting, and then pay the attorney to review the warrant for the town meeting, and then it goes to the Attorney General for approval afterwards? Is that all part of routine business? It seems like a lot.
Yeah, except if they've already reviewed a bylaw that's going on the warrant, they're not going to review it as part of the warrant.
Okay.
Yeah, they would review it first before we put it on the warrant usually, and
Yes.
wordsmith anything. That's been the case, I think, where they would have recommended any changes to the wording before we actually put it on the warrant.
Yeah.
But then, after the Attorney General responds, should there be any, like there was with the wetlands bylaw, there was a
With the
question
wetlands,
there that
right, yeah.
then did go back to our
Right.
attorneys to look at.
Yeah.
But normally, after the Attorney General
No.
responds,
Yeah, I
KP Law
would
would
hope
not look
not,
at it again, in my understanding,
No.
right?
Once the Attorney
Usually.
General approves it, that's
Right,
the
yeah, that should
decision,
be,
that needs
that
to
should be
be,
sufficient, yeah.
yeah, that's the,
Right.
once the Attorney General decides,
Right,
that's when the bylaw takes effect.
That would be-
Well,
Yeah.
technically,
Decision.
it doesn't take effect until we
It's
post
posted.
it.
Right.
right, but yes,
Yes,
approved and
until it's
posted.
posted, but I post it
Correct.
immediately the day the decision is made,
Okay,
so.
sounds good, thank you. Okay.
So my report
yes.
is very short. Council on Aging didn't meet in July, so they're meeting next Wednesday, the 4th, at 4 PM. The Board of Assessors, John already talked about, I wasn't able to make that meeting, but it was a joint meeting with PQB, so John already told you what happened with the Board of Assessors and the job description and all that. And then lastly, CPC did meet last week down at Coden Park, routine business. They discussed some of the previous projects. They also talked about the presence, having a presence at the Celebrate Southampton, which is coming up very quickly. And then lastly, we did talk in general about a historical commission project. You just mentioned it. It's basically about the canal. It's a regional thing with a number of other towns about the canal being part of the National Registry. They're going to invite a representative or two to come to the CPC meeting to actually give more detail on that particular project. And it's not, it was just an initial discussion about, that's the only project that's in front of CPC right now.
Okay.
But you just mentioned about funding from another source. Is that for the same project? A
For-
DLTA grant? Didn't you just mention about the canal, historical commission?
Yeah, it's a DLTA for the second phase of that, which is regional.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Chris had only mentioned two, so I
Okay,
just brought up the fact that there is a third.
okay, so now they're looking for CPC funding for,
Probably some level of match, maybe,
Right.
that has to happen.
right.
Could be, yeah.
Possibly, yeah, okay, good. Anything else? That's it, okay. All right, well, that comes down to me, and I must say, with our changing assignments, I feel like I've been on vacation for a week. I don't have a whole lot to say. The one thing, Tech Committee is actually meeting tomorrow evening at 6, and they're going to be, doing follow-up, certainly with Ed on the next and hopefully final deployment of the laptops, but then looking to, we're going to bring up the topic of whether or not there's more we can do with the broadband, maybe under the ARPA funds, if there's a subcommittee of those guys or some other group that wants to get formed to work on some broadband internet connection issues. We're going to talk about that. There's some possibilities for some website design companies that work exclusively with various municipalities to improve their websites. Costs money, so we're going to be taking a look and trying to figure out sources of funding. So far, we haven't come across any grant funding for those kinds of things, but I did put out a call to PVPC to find out whether they knew of any from themselves and/or the state that might provide some funding to help us pay for website development and monitoring. So that's about it on that. So,
Could I,
sorry? Possibly, maybe. That's one that's on our schedule coming up, yep. So
what about the American Rescue Funds?
that's the ARPA, that's what I was meaning, that could be, not necessarily, probably not for website development, I think that would be a tough one, but for broadband kinds of things, I think
Yeah.
that would fit into that infrastructure subcategory that they've kind of carved out there, from my reading of what I've seen anyway, so far for guidance on that. So we'll be looking at that, but there's several towns that are using one or two main vendors for their websites, and we'll follow up on that a bit more.
May I amend my report in
Sure.
regards to, I apologize, I am also liaison for Housing Authority and Open Space, but they didn't meet these past 2 weeks, but there is an upcoming meeting for Housing Authority for the public's information, August 2nd, 2021, via Zoom.
Okay.
So.
All right, good, all right, so that brings us down to the next one, which is the ad hoc grant committee, which I guess I can talk about. So we've met, as usual, basically spent time catching up on approving minutes that had been lagging. We had all been recording our meetings on Zoom and had posted those through East Hampton Media. Those have all been up on our website, but the written minutes had not gotten approved. So we were able to do all that, and basically what we've learned since that meeting, as I'd mentioned, we found out from the Mass Trails grant application that we put in, that we received $100,000 toward the right-of-way acquisition for the Greenway. We had actually put in for $300,000, so we didn't get all that we asked for. But that's not unusual with this Mass Trails grant. I think that happened to Concom last year as well. So that's part of the Greenway one. And then, as Ed mentioned, Concom received $50,000 from Mass Trails for Part 2 of Manhan Meadows. It's primarily dedicated toward replacing the suspension bridge over the Manhan, which is quite shaky. We submitted our final application from the Park Commission to the Park, PARC grant program, and we won't know about that one until the end of the year. And currently, we're exploring with Mass DOT the idea of a feasibility study, whether Mass DOT would pay for a feasibility study to help improve the pickup line at Norris School and all the traffic blockage. We've had a request from the chief of police and the school principal to take a look at that and figure out some alternative ideas to improve the safety and efficacy of that whole scenario. There are days that we've all seen it where it's extended way beyond from the school way out to Route 10. So usually the Mass DOT programs that are out there are more hard infrastructure kinds of things, but we're hoping that they will acquiesce to maybe fund a feasibility study that would help us sort that out. So we put in the request anyway, just to see if they would look at a scope of work and give us an idea about that. So we should find out about that soon.
Chris, can I just say that that was actually evaluated? I'm trying to think of who did it. I think it was
There
before.
was one done. I think Randall had told us, and I'm trying to remember, but I don't know that it covered the entire thing of what we're thinking about
Okay.
at the present time. One of the ideas that's come up is whether or not we might consider rerouting completely and coming up Gun Road Extension instead.
That was one of the plans that, and also putting in a separate driveway that, so there was, I don't know who drafted it, but I do believe there was a plan in the
Yep.
past that was
Yep.
discussed. Do you know who paid for that?
I can look at
Yeah,
I think I have the paperwork.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I know Randall mentioned it. I don't know if I got any paperwork from him on
Yeah.
that. But at any rate, DOT's at least willing to take a look at it and let us know whether it's in their bailiwick or not. It may not be anything they want to do. And the last thing we're looking at is the Safe Streets to Schools program has approached us asking about any other ideas we have for that program. And again, Randall has let us know that, he was involved with that back in about 2017, I think, when all of the new sidewalks got developed around Norris and over by Cumbies, et cetera, but has not had much, I think, to do with Safe Streets since then. I mean, there's not been any new programming in that regard. They have reached out asking if we've got some things that we would be interested in doing, so we're going to continue talking with Randall and them and see what's maybe possible for that too, if there are other sidewalk projects he has in mind that we don't know about. But if it's limited to the school, I don't know what more we can do exactly. So we need to have a phone call and find out more about that. So that's kind of where we are with the grant committee. Basically, we're also just taking a break. We've been meeting pretty much weekly, and we're taking a break until August 18th. So the grant committee is on,
Well deserved.
grant committee's on vacation.
You guys have been very productive. Thank you.
Well, we've been lucky with the three. We've got 3 grants that have been approved and 2 that are in the hopper. So we'll see how we are. But just, sometimes it just takes the right timing and just being willing to get out there and do it. So again, thanks to the committee people that have been helping on this. It's certainly not me alone. Everybody's been chipping in, and especially with the various people in town that have come to us saying, hey, look, could we think about a grant for this? This is something we've got for an idea, but we've never had the time to do it. Could you help us? And so we've done some research and tried to see if any of that can make sense. Sometimes there's a lot of grants that are just not eligible. We're just not eligible. They're not the right size, they're not the right thing, or we've got too many prerequisites that we don't qualify for. But these we happen to fit just right. So, okay, so thank you for all those reports. Let's move on. Quarterly reports, we have none tonight, but that will be changing. We will get to that momentarily on the schedule in terms of scheduling the department and committee reporting. That's something we definitely want to get back on a routine business for basically all of our agenda, for all of our meetings, rather. So moving on to old business, a lot of these I'm going to turn over pretty much to Ed, starting with the accountant position update.
Sure, and I'm going to actually group the accountant position and the assistant accountant position update together, and we did receive, I think, 3 new applications for the accountant position and 3 new applications for the assistant accounting position.
Okay.
I won't say how strong or whatever they are, but I have sent those along to Francine and John for their opinions on, of those who we should follow through and schedule interviews with.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so in the last probably half week or so, we have seen an uptick both in Indeed and received some via email, and someone was personally hand-delivered, so.
And do we have a level of any municipal experience, or are we still lagging in that?
Lacking in
Lacking in that.
municipal
Okay.
experience, absolutely. Yep.
Not totally unexpected in that regard, I think. I mean, at this point in time, that's good to hear. I mean, to the extent that they all look pretty good on paper, it would be nice to get some interviews done, and certainly over this next 2 weeks, we've got to get moving on this and get these positions filled. John?
So for, at least my benefit, maybe Joy's, what is the process? Traditionally, who would do the interviews? When would those happen? Like, what's the process?
Usually, correct me if I'm wrong, usually what we've done in the past is when we've delegated somebody from the select board to be that person for us rather than the entire select board, be that person and Ed, and then if it was a relevant department,
And
that
on
that
this one,
department head.
we did have the chair of the finance committee.
or finance committee at that time, yeah, on the other ones that you did, yeah. So basically, it would not be a full board interview, usually partly because all of our timing and our schedules is just too crazy to try and schedule that. So at this point in time, it's been Francine and Ed working on it, and I guess we could see if we needed a third person or more. We can certainly talk about that.
And would the intent be for that group to bring a recommendation back to be acted upon, or just to whittle it down to the final 2? I mean, at some point, do all 5 select board members get to weigh in?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the preliminary part of it, so yeah, the thought process would be whether it's, 2 or 3 to recommend to the full board to do an interview with.
Yeah, and then we would do the final interviews as the board, right?
Right.
That's what we've done in the past.
Right.
Yeah, so the very final final candidates, we would all interview. So good, so I'm gonna leave it to you guys to work out a schedule.
I'll be happy to coordinate a schedule for next week
Yeah.
and see who of these candidates
Yeah.
we can get in.
Yeah, I think whoever,
I'll coordinate the schedule, but honestly, I mean, with your background, you would be an important.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because I know they came out late in the afternoon. I don't know if you had a
Right.
chance to read them all over. I'm almost my thought process coming in here is there's 4 that applied for auditor, town accountant, and 3 for the assistant.
Right.
It's 7 people. I almost say you block a day. I'm happy to free my schedule up, and we just power through all of them, because again, we have the financial issue to deal with, but it's possible that we may find our 2 candidates on the town accountant side, and maybe one of them outshines the other, and then that second person we want to offer the assistant position to.
Yeah.
I know that, they didn't necessarily apply for that, but,
yeah, it's a possibility.
you
Okay,
know. And worst case, the preliminary board vote said, you know what, there's nobody here. Well, then we got to,
okay.
Well, this is at least good news that we
Yeah,
have
no, this is great.
candidates.
So we'll leave it to you, Francine, to help
So,
drive the ship here and coordinate this and get
I
some
like your
scheduling done.
idea of doing everybody the same day, because it kind of gives you the same,
I mean, if we're, yeah.
eyesight, and, you're in the
Yeah.
same mode
and if we
there.
give them a week's notice, this is the day it's going to be, here's the window of times available, first one to pick, you lock it out.
Yep,
And it may also reveal how motivated they are
Sure,
to
that too.
come and do the interview.
so either that, all in one day, or you could think about possibly dividing it up, so you did all the accountant ones in one
All the
half a day or
assistants,
whatever,
yeah.
and then the assistants
Yeah,
and the
that's
other half a day. If a full block day is a huge amount for everybody, then,
Yeah.
Maybe half and half would be good.
That would be fine.
But maybe starting with the accountant
So
position
let's-
itself, so that we can, like you say, if we find somebody who might be possible as an assistant accountant. That might be the way to move on. Good, great news on that, so thank you. And Francine, I'll let you run with that, and we should assume that you will have done
I'll just coordinate,
some
yes.
preliminary things before we meet next on August 10th. Okay?
Right, hopefully.
So- Yes, Lucy, you're busy with questions
know.
tonight.
I'm-
I'd like to
I-
get through the meeting. But go ahead.
I'm not on Zoom anymore, so I can ask.
You're giving me my test as chair, right?
No, I just wanted to say that if you are doing any interviews here in the second floor meeting room, the auditors are coming on August 4th and 5th, and they'll be there all day, so
Okay.
just so you know, it's booked
Yeah,
already.
okay, good,
Just
good to know.
so you know that.
Well, we can find other spaces maybe too. Good.
That's good news, too.
Okay, great, all right, glad to hear that. All right, moving on. Audit update then.
And the auditors were able to get most of what they needed through the remote connection, but have worked with them, and they are scheduled to come in and do the physical part of their work next Wednesday and Thursday. So hopefully we're close to a completion.
Good, okay.
And just a sorry,
Go
Francis.
ahead.
And just a question on that. I saw your response out to S&P or Moody's, one of them, asking about the extension. Did you get any feedback, or did they just shut us down, downgrade us?
No, they actually gave us 30 days, shall we say. I won't say a total grace period, but if we're able to get them what they need in that 30 days, even starting with a draft form, they will consider that, and we wouldn't have to, what's the term?
Do another rating.
Regrade or re-rate, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a
And-
question.
and,
Is there a penalty for
Well,
not getting it in
The
within?
penalty would be having to do another rating.
Oh, another rating. Okay.
Also, our bond,
Yeah.
rating would go down, so it would mean higher interest costs and borrowing.
and I believe there's a $12,000 cost associated with the rating.
Correct.
We have to do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So it's safe to say we're like in a 30-day grace period,
Right.
right?
Right.
And at this point, based on what you know, you're not anticipating the outside auditors going beyond that point to
I'm
get
not.
them what they need.
At least for the draft
Yep.
stuff, yes.
And they'll take a draft if it's available within
Yeah.
30 days.
Yep.
Great,
No, they said they would.
good, all right. Moving on.
Is that something we should follow up on?
I think Ed is in charge of dealing with it. I think if he's had that conversation, we'll keep on moving with that. I mean, I think that's, if they've agreed to take a draft, then let's do that, so.
S&Ps and Moody's both that, so they would give the 30 days?
Jen, would you like to come up and ask the question officially?
Sorry. Just curious because it wasn't communicated to me, so it is, what I do. But Jennifer Day, treasurer collector, was it S&Ps and Moody's both that offered to do the 30-day extension?
I'd have to go back and look. One of them actually responded to me and the other didn't.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a relative question? So our contract, did we check to see if in fact our contract with Melanson is up?
I have not found the contract as of yet, so, and I haven't actually made it a huge priority. I've been
Okay.
trying to get the audit stuff lined up, so.
Okay.
Can you get back to us about the 30-day extension and who it's from?
What's that?
Can you get back to us
Sure.
about the 30-day extension, who
Yep.
it's from? Okay. Because if it's from S&P, S&B?
S&P.
Yeah, S&P, yes. That means no penalty? Who sets the penalty? I'm sorry, I'm just for
Well,
clarification
right
purposes.
now,
The state
We have a rating
Yeah.
from S&P and Moody's.
And Moody's.
There's 3 different rating agencies, 2 of them have rated us.
So S&P rated our recent bond issue in May of 2020.
Okay,
And Moody's has rated everything prior. So, depending on, which one we reached out to or which extension, it would affect those rating, like those bond issuances or no issuances. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, moving on. Route 10 Bridge Water Main, where are we with that?
It's just about completed. They anticipate the predominant amount of work will be completed. In the next 2 weeks, they're into the testing phase. And they still have to do a tie-in up by Former Road. But just to let you know that even when that predominant amount of work is done, some of the repaving that they have already completed is a preliminary repaving, and they will actually let that sit for, a month or two to actually settle before they actually do the final paving coat on that. But like I say, they anticipate that the predominant work and the full tie-ins will be done in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, great. All right, and then our usual East Street Bridge update.
And actually, we have a teleconference scheduled tomorrow with the contractor and also Holyoke Gas and Electric for the cross-sectional boring to go over some items to make sure everybody is in line with that. The contractor actually has to do some preliminary work with National Heritage due to the turtles, and I think it's a mussel, and I think another agency. But we just want to go over everything to coordinate between those two entities, because actually Holyoke Gas and Electric would be able to physically actually do the cross boring before they started the work on the bridge, but a number of items have to happen for even them to be able to start on the cross boring to take the gas pipe off the bridge and actually move it down and under the river.
And remind us the start date of some physical work out there? That was estimated?
We don't have an estimate for the actual
Okay.
start,
Not yet.
any of the start. Yeah, I mean, like I say, contractor has to work through some state agencies first.
All right, so you know more after you have the telcon on that, probably? Yeah. Okay, good. All right. That, I think, takes us through the old business, and we'll move on to new business.
I just have
Yes, go ahead.
one point of order, I guess.
Yep.
I don't know where it's going to fall in here, but the last meeting we had, the PFC. well, we- Thank you. The PCF, not the wire department ones, but the highway one that we sent back for things. So I interpreted that to mean that we were tabling it here, which would leave it under old business.
Yeah, it didn't come in, without it being, we didn't get the paperwork from PQB. Certainly, I didn't see it before Thursday, so I didn't have it on the agenda. But I understand that you were at the meeting and you have the information
Right, I
about
just
what
don't-
happened. So we could.
Where would be the appropriate spot to bring it up?
At this point in time, since it didn't make the agenda, I would bring it up under any other business that can't wait till next meeting.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Select board priorities. This is a discussion I think we started maybe a couple of meetings ago. Rini had handed out a list of select board priorities that we had talked about last year in particular. And it was kind of broken out into 2 or 3 sections, but one was on infrastructure and economic development, and the other was on community and employee benefits. And those, just to refresh our minds, under the infrastructure one was all related to East Street Bridge and the East Street itself, construction, public safety complex, community solar, limited sewer on Route 10, and fiber optic municipal light district. So those were the basic infrastructure ones. And then under the second section, it was talking about disability insurance. And again, these were goals for last year. So disability insurance, senior and affordable housing, preserving strategic open space, the greenway, and up-to-date IT capability, safety and maintenance. I believe that was related to town hall. And then the HRHS regional agreement review. So those were goals that we had put out there. We started working on a few of them, and I think after what we've just heard tonight, East Street Bridge seems to be chugging along. It's been a long haul, but I think we're all glad to see that moving. But I think I would like to suggest that we need to kind of narrow down what our goals are for this year and figure out how they fit, probably tying it in with the master plan. The master plan update that we did last year. It's been posted up on the website. But I will just go over the couple of top priorities that came out of that. The first one was acquiring the land to complete the bike path from Sheldon's to East Hampton line. That was the first priority, as voted on by the residents that replied to the survey, and there were over 875 residents, I believe, that responded to the survey. The second one was to develop a public utility to improve internet broadband service that would generate revenue for the town. Third priority, purchase land to preserve open space. Fourth, pursue renewable energy generation, i.e. solar on town-owned land. Fifth, develop bicycle paths and greenways that link open spaces and neighborhoods. 6, buy land to build a public safety complex. 7, invest in public sewer water provision. And 8, build or repurpose existing municipal buildings for a multi-use meeting and community center. So taking the master plan prioritization that came out, as well as some of the goals that we had last year, I was trying to figure out a way that we could kind of marry these out and figure out if we could pick out maybe 2 or 3 things that we wanted to commit ourselves to doing this year to really focus on revitalizing in many cases and putting some energy toward making some headway. From my own perspective, I will say that I think we've started making a lot of headway on the bike path, obviously with the grants, and the Greenway Committee is getting itself up and running again. They have a new chairman. I think that will start to take off pretty much generically, organically now. Certainly the Open Space Committee has been very heavily involved in all the work that they're doing and trying to map out and prioritize any lands that might be desirable to conserve in the future. The ones that have not really had much effort at this point in time that come up in those top 3 or 4 would be the developing the public utility to improve broadband service and working on the public safety complex. Those, I think, tie into ones that were left over from the goals from last year, along with looking at possibly some public sewer options along Route 10 corridor, if those are possible. So with those 3 things, we know that we've got the rescue plan money. We're still trying to figure out exactly all the infrastructure type things that might cover. But I'm wondering whether we feel like we should narrow down at least a couple of these to be our sort of march forward for 2022 in terms of trying to make actual progress on public safety complex and or exploring the broadband internet option in town. So that would be a question I'm posing to anybody for discussion, or if you think there are other priorities that we should focus on. I guess I've often found it helpful to try and narrow things down and pick out 1 or 2 things that we can really get our teeth into and try to support whatever committees get involved. People that are on those committees try to help provide whatever resources we can to get them going and off the dime so that we can make some real progress. These have been hanging around as issues, especially the public safety complex, for a long time. Land has been obviously a stumbling block. From the grants committee, we looked into a couple of grants with the state, and they had very little interest in supporting the funding of a public safety complex. Other towns have been more successful in different ways. They're doing probably a smaller scale than what we had originally anticipated. But for the 2 new members, especially, you may know that we have the land behind the current fire station that was actually bought by the town, and that is still land that we own that could be possibly looked at again. We've looked at different parcels around town, especially other town-owned land, and nothing really fits the bill with the distance that both the fire and police chief would like to have covering one end of town to the other, et cetera. So anyway, I'm just opening that up for discussion, but I would like us, I think, tying in with the master plan and trying to help operationalize some of that to see if we would agree on putting forth a couple of priorities to tackle. And just looking from my point of view that the Greenway and open space, I think, they're chugging along on their own pretty well right now. They're starting, at least with the Greenway. And where do we want to put our energies and efforts on that? So any thoughts and discussion on that?
Could I just add one thing for other items
Sure.
for consideration? Looking at alternative ways of providing services in the town that could be more cost-effective, so that, you know, our costs go up every year, we have no control over that, that's external.
Right.
And yet, you know, our revenue does not go up appreciably to keep pace with it.
Right.
We need to devise another way of delivering service, of creating service,
Yeah.
and seeing if we can't form some collaborations, coalitions,
Yep.
whatever. But
That-
having an ad hoc group look at something like
Yep.
that.
That's actually another agenda item,
Oh,
so we'll get to that in a minute. But yes, I think that is something that we ought to consider as well. Yeah,
yeah, I see it here. but
yeah, it's a little bit farther down, but it's in this new business discussion section. So anyway, those are ideas. I know the housing folks are working on updating their affordable, or their housing production plan, and that's through the grant with the PVPC. So they're also moving forward on that one. I guess somebody will have to remind me what we thought we were doing with the disability insurance. We had brought it up, we got to a point, we had a presentation, and we kind of liked it, and then
It was on the override budget.
yeah, kind of died on the vine. So I don't know whether we're still committed to looking at a separate disability insurance plan or not. That would be one of the other items that are on here as
I
well.
would put that
So,
in that category of how other ways to
Yeah, yeah,
do things.
possibly, yeah. Okay. Any thoughts, though, in terms of what would be the priorities that you would like to see us kind of work on this year? I mean, I think,
So-
I'd like to have some level of direction, so that not every meeting, but certainly every couple months, we could have an update, a report of, where are we, in terms of moving forward.
So I think everything that you already said are all excellent items to move forward. I would be hard pressed to rank them in a particular order to put one over the other.
Yeah,
But I think I'm going to kind of somewhat piggyback on Francine here, is I think the overall financial health of the town, and that's a very broad statement, needs to be a priority. I mean, it's no secret, because I campaigned on the fact I think we should have a 5-year budget, not a 365-day budget. And, the internal mechanisms right now within the town, the stress is at an all-time high. And I think the select board is the only body that can force itself into the conversation and bring all the parties concerned to the table. And I'm sure some of the discussions will be heated. But I do think, at least everyone that I've met on my wonderful assignments that you guys gave me,
that you volunteered.
I know.
That you volunteered for.
Has been, their hearts are all, everyone's heart is in the right spot.
Sure.
So I just think, it's always good to have goals and measurables, and it's always good to have that stretch goal to get. But we could have an easy goal too. How about just getting the budget done according to our timeline? So that's,
Yep.
would encompass a lot of these other things, which would take into consideration, do we need to do X, whatever it is? Can we outsource that? Can we explore this HR service, which we're going to anyways? But,
Okay.
a lot of things could fall underneath
Sure.
that.
I think that's an interesting way to look at it, is putting that as the overall goal in general, and then some of the other things might fall underneath it as other committee work. Any other thoughts on that?
I mean, I'm gonna piggyback off that. I think a lot of the barriers to the goals from the past year and the past years has been financial. And the, open space, the safety complex, public broadband, goals that we have but we can't achieve because we don't have the finances. And if we aren't financially able to do, it's great to have these goals, but if the town is kind of struggling financially, they're always gonna be out of reach. So I will, between the community survey and what the last year's goals were, these are things I'm gonna keep in mind when I'm sitting in the boards where I see the opportunities. But I think John is right, like, we need to focus on finances and the services, as Francine was talking about.
Okay. Rini, any thoughts?
I think that the residents spoke loud and clear about the Greenway. Not only did they come up number 1 on the master plan, but they also supported it as a debt exclusion. So I think that that is something that is definitely wanted in this town. I also, when the sidewalks were put in Pomeroy Meadow, and now, of course, there'll be some put in front of the cemetery. I just noticed, if you build it, they will come, sort of a thing. And so I see so many people walking and so forth, and so I think that anything we can do, I know that there's a project in mind for the Conant Park, to put a walkway through there, which is accessible, so people can actually walk through the park, especially seniors. I also wonder if there's a sidewalk on Gun Road Extension that goes up in that very busy corner of Route 10 there. Are kids leaving Norris and walking to Cumberland Farms like that way as opposed to the other way? So I just think more sidewalks, more things that actually make, their studies show that when you have a walking community, you have a healthier community. So I think that anything we can do to have more pedestrian, that would serve everybody in town. And I think broadband, making sure that everybody has access to broadband, I think it's an equity issue. So I think for me, those are big, and I still think we should keep public safety complex on the radar.
Yeah.
It's just, it's one of those big ones that it's,
Yeah.
where it's been spinning wheels, so it's hard to not include it, but
Sure.
it's also one that doesn't seem as, right there as the rest of them might
Yeah.
be.
I think it's one that, we had talked about before, just trying to help get the committee back reconstituted and meeting again. And so to perhaps get that message out that we'd like to see the public safety complex get going, and we will do a bit more active support however we can. We'll keep on searching for grants or any other source of funding, but the challenge has been, how we can fit it someplace on land, preferably that we already own, and make good use of that. I know the early design, I think I'd seen at one point in time, was quite extensive, and really probably a lot more inclusive of all sorts of bells and whistles compared to what we're hearing about for Williamsburg or West Hampton or some of the others that are currently doing it. So, perhaps an idea would be to, even contact the firm that did that study and say, hey, look, we're still in the same boat. We've still got the same piece of land. We've gotten worse conditions because it's been 3 or 4 more years now, and we'd like to keep on moving in this. Could you do maybe another design? I mean, we haven't budgeted for that, so that would be another issue where we would find the money for that. But, maybe it would be worth looking at that idea.
Well, in thinking about not trying to solve this particular issue within this year, but, if it's a multi-year approach.
Sure, yeah.
And once, I thought it was longer than 3 or 4 years that study, that design was out, but
It was more than.
it
Yeah.
could be potentially that we have new department heads.
Yeah,
Because I'm thinking it probably involved fire, police, ambulance.
yeah, no, they were there. Yeah, Ian and John, I believe, were involved in it.
They were part of it, yeah.
Yeah, they were
All
part of it,
right.
yeah.
Maybe they have different thoughts
Yeah.
now. Maybe we could scale this back or here, or
Well, you know what
maybe
happened,
we
there's
don't
$1
need this
million
anymore.
price tag for excavating. So the land was purchased behind the fire station, but the price tag, it was all the bells and whistles and $1 million just to actually excavate back there.
Mhm.
So that was difficult. I think the Public Safety Committee can also reach out to both West Hampton and Williamsburg and learn from them, because they're they're already
Yeah.
moving along. So I think it'd be great to
Yeah.
resurrect the group.
Okay, well, let's assume that we can at least help push the message to get that group resurrected anyway and get started, like the Greenway has started to do as well.
There's also one other thing that I haven't mentioned, and I'm a junior member and more of a younger person on the board, but just making Southampton more accessible for younger families and younger people to move here. That's something is more of a long-term goal ultimately, but it's something to keep in mind, especially with the housing authority and planning board and just an open space even, to see where and if there's opportunities for younger families to move in and plan housing around that.
Well-
I think long-term, and that's really long-term planning, but that's something that I'm gonna keep in mind moving forward for the board.
Sure, and I think that's definitely been a desire and both a challenge, because I think we've all known people in town, whether they be people that have been longtime residents that would like to maybe downsize and stay in town, they can't afford to stay in town, which is extremely unfortunate, and or their family members that would be first-time home buyers, for example, that would also like to stay in town and can't afford to stay in town and have to move out. And we've had people that we've lost on certain committees because they now are no longer residents of
Yes.
town. So, we know that that's a serious issue, and I'm hoping that with the work that the Housing Commission is starting to do with their housing production plan, and maybe that will involve some changes in zoning bylaws or something through the planning board. I mean, all of that kind of ties together, like you said. So with a little luck, we'll make some progress on that. But I think those are ones where I feel like they're kind of starting to move on their own. But I think this, going back to John's idea, I think the idea of sort of the overall financial health is probably an overarching goal. Does everybody agree to that? Shall we, do we want a vote on that, saying that that's our number one priority, just for the sake of having a vote on that?
Yes.
John, make a motion, please.
I make the motion that for this year, the first priority goal and objective of the select board would be the overall financial health and improvement of the town budget process.
And services to,
Services, yeah.
services to the residents. Okay, good. Anybody second?
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Good, thank you. Okay, so that doesn't mean that we won't still be thinking about, public safety and all of these other comments. The broadband, as I mentioned, we're going to bring it up at the tech committee meeting tomorrow to see what level of timing and interest they have to help us out with some further work on that as well. And as we get more into the American Rescue Act eligibility of what we can use it for, we may find that we have some resources there that we didn't even know that we could have. So that would be good. With that, what I wanted to talk about next is a quarterly report schedule for department heads and certain committees. This is a schedule that Francine had put together at one point in time, and we kind of got off track with it last year, but I would like to revive it. So even though it says FY22 Select Board Schedule, let's consider this a draft for tonight, and if we need another meeting to think about this. But what this does is basically for each, at this point in time, I'll let Francine talk about this, but for each point in time, you have put basically some level of committee report from a department head or a couple of department heads and/or a committee. So each meeting would feature that, not every other meeting, just not once a month, but every meeting. And you've done it from September through April, and I'm assuming because you're counting May and June as our major
Budget crunch.
budget crunch times. Okay. So would you like to talk about that a little bit in terms of some of your thought process, or?
I mean, this was, I scheduled or put together presentations by committees and department heads, because I think hearing from them directly is certainly a better vehicle of communicating with the residents and with one another than just relying solely on the liaison reports. I think quarterly reports by the heads of those departments or committees, would serve us best and get a dialogue going.
Yeah.
And the way I grouped them is, in my logic, is the ones that I thought may overlap. For instance, when I look at, the accountant, the treasurer collector, and the assessors, all as, having financial responsibilities, either hopefully mostly for revenue than expense. But anyway, having them all present on the same evening so that they can also hear from one another. We can hear from them. We have an opportunity of asking questions and getting a sense of where it is we are in the process. Same way, going down the list. And you may not agree with how I group them, and I'm fine with that. But I was just trying to find a way in which I thought these committees or departments had more in common, and that hopefully that would lead to more coordination and collaboration on a day-to-day basis once everybody understood what everyone else was up to. And that's really how I looked at this chart, as a facilitator and a source of information to all of us.
And for the most part, there would be two times a year that people would come and give their reports.
Basically, yes.
Pretty much. I mean,
Yes.
allowing the couple-month lag,
Right.
so we could pick it back up in July, August perhaps, too.
And in between time,
Yeah.
that information would be updated by the liaison who would participate in their meetings.
Right.
So it wouldn't be like we hear from them twice a year and that's it. I mean, we could get some measure of progress throughout the year just by, you know, us joining their meetings and reporting back to one another.
Yep. Okay. Anybody have any thoughts about those that are listed here? Just for the public's sake, there's a grouping of accountant, treasurer, collector, assessors, which would essentially be our finance team, if you will. Another grouping of the finance committee, capital improvement, and personnel policies and procedures.
That one may not fit, that may fit somewhere else, because I'm looking at your grant committee, perhaps, as being, that didn't exist when
Correct. Okay.
I originally did
Yep.
this.
Another one, Community Preservation, Conservation, Open Space and Park Commission, that definitely all seems to flow together, I would say. Then Planning, Zoning, Housing. Again, and Master Plan, okay, so there, Francine, you've got Master Plan listed there. Yeah, possibly, but we do need to probably fit in Grant Committee at some point.
Right.
But, yes, okay. Then another grouping of Water, Health, Transfer Station. Another one of Highway, Police, Fire, Ambulance,
I might include emergency management with that.
Emergency
Yeah.
Management, EMD,
Well,
part of the
I'm
fire.
gonna, let me make two comments.
Yeah,
One is you got water, health, transfer station. I might suggest moving transfer station into the grouping with highway, police, and fire and ambulance, because highway superintendent also does a transfer station. And then the other piece of that is now the emergency management director is the fire and ambulance director, so you might move emergency management into that.
Okay.
okay. So then that would be like Water and Health as the two together,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
And then moving Transfer Station, Highway as a kind of a pair, if you will.
Yep.
Same supervisor. Police, and then Fire, Ambulance, EMD as a group.
Right.
So that would be a,
yeah,
One,
that
okay,
makes
yep.
sense.
Norris, Hampshire Regional, and the Superintendent Business Manager. Then Library, Council on Aging, so we'd take the emergency management out of here. And you had Tree Warden,
Some of these were there just simply because we needed to find a slot.
Makes sense for them more to
But
be with
you
agricultural or
can
no?
take it out or move it.
yeah, I don't know how much, but let's go through the next bunch, and then the last couple, I think, that are not repeated yet. So that was Library, Council on Aging, Tree Warden. The next one, Historical, Greenway, Agricultural. And then the last one that's not a repeat, Bylaws, Elections Registrar, Cemetery, and Veterans. So, yeah, John, thought?
I like all the other suggestions that have already been made about consolidation. And I love the fact that we're gonna have the accountant for the September meeting. I'm wondering if when the accountant, treasurer, collector, and assessor meets, those are the employees within the town, within our financial division.
Right.
But the missing piece is the finance committee. So I wonder if, when they're in here, if that should be a joint session with the finance,
So
So
move
the-
finance up to that
Add
line.
finance to them.
so that the whole financial
Yeah.
team
Could very
is
well be.
together twice a year.
Sure, that could be
would
a
be
good
good.
idea. Yep,
And that could potentially take the place of the finance meeting that month.
yep, okay.
And I would probably think to put the veterans along with, you know, the Water Health or Library Council and Council on Aging. I don't know how you
Yeah,
feel about
one
that.
that strikes me maybe is missing is the Building Commissioner. Do we want to,
He should be with public safety,
yeah,
Yeah,
with fire, police, ambulance.
okay.
I was thinking with planning, zoning.
yeah, planning, you could also go planning, zoning.
Maybe one with each.
Yeah,
What do
Yeah.
you think, Ed?
planning, zoning, housing.
Or we could, would planning, zoning, housing, and building commissioner
Yeah,
work together,
That makes sense.
maybe?
And
I,
move master plan, or?
yeah, master plan, well, see, there's the challenge. I'm not sure that master plan is going to mean, to the extent that we're folding the priorities from the master plan survey into what we're doing, I don't know that we'll have a separate
That's fine.
need to report out from master plan itself. If we do, it would be like once a year, not twice, I would say.
Oh,
Except,
except for those twice, I liked how they got paired because they aren't in the same pairing twice. And it made sense to me that, okay, master plan, if they're overseeing it, okay, one of their quarterly reports is with planning, zoning, and housing, and the other one's with community preservation.
Oh, yeah,
Conservation and open space.
Right, yeah, you're right, okay, that's true. That does make some sense, okay, that's fine. So how about the library council on aging, and we have the tree warden in there, should we put somebody else in there? Library
Historical?
council on aging,
I thought
yeah.
veterans is a service,
huh?
along library, council on aging, and the veterans agent.
Okay,
Yeah,
veterans, okay, we can
in
try
lieu
that.
of emergency management.
Okay, then historical, greenway, and agricultural kind of makes as much sense as anything, yep. Bylaws, elections registrar, and cemetery,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Don't know if there's a better.
Should cemetery be meeting with historical? Or, yeah, and it also says, yeah,
And the
veterans.
Possibly, I mean, cemetery,
thought
could-
that was a
we
good-
could have a fourth one in historical, greenway, and agricultural. Cemetery could maybe
Yeah,
join that one.
yep,
That would leave bylaws and elections registrar, that would
yep,
probably fit better.
yes.
Where are you going to put cemetery?
With the historical, greenway, ag, just pop it up one,
And cemetery.
Yeah.
okay. Community preservation, conservation, open space, all together again, yeah, okay. So what we don't have would be, for example, the.
Bless you.
Bless you. The grant committee, if we think we need to have that. If, what I was thinking on that, we had set ourselves basically, I think it was a one-year charge until November. So I think I would like to maybe suggest that we put it in somewhere. Maybe we could, I don't know, early December or something, we could just put it in there. We need to decide if we're going to continue it, I guess, beyond November is my point. So probably the grant committee needs to come in at some point. I just don't know where it fits best.
I don't know about
And IT.
fitting, but there's room when water and health are here,
That's what I was looking at, too.
Okay,
as we move transfer station.
right, okay,
Right.
okay, water health, yep, okay. Okay, so that, is there anybody that we're missing, any other entity that we think we need to have? in?
Ad hoc tech.
Oh, my goodness.
IT,
Oh,
yeah,
my goodness.
the IT one.
Oh, let me crawl under the table right now. I'm doing a bad job representing my committee here. Wow.
I'm on that committee, too, so.
Yeah, no, absolutely, thank you.
Huh?
Town clerk.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Took everything out of there.
With bylaws, election registrar.
yeah,
Thanks.
yeah, I guess, yeah. So we can put town clerk / elections,
That's good,
yep, that's
that
fine.
works.
Yeah, ad hoc tech committee. Yeah, let's see here, hold on.
Would we put that with capital improvement, or?
That's a good suggestion. Because we moved finance away from there, right?
Yeah, that's true. So capital improvement, finance, we moved elsewhere.
Yeah.
So capital improvement, PQB, and ad hoc tech, how's that?
Yeah,
And did you put the grants somewhere?
Grants, we went down to water, health, and grant committee. It doesn't really flow terribly well there, but it's okay, it's an open space. So let me recap what I think we've just regrouped. And then we'll figure out if this timing is right. So first grouping, finance committee, accountant, treasurer, collector, and assessors. Second grouping, capital improvement, PQB and ad hoc tech. Third, community preservation, conservation, open space and park commission. Fourth, planning, zoning, housing and building,
yeah,
and master plan. That's a lot. But,
Yeah, actually, what I did was I inserted the building commissioner just once,
yeah,
down on February meeting too, planning, zoning, housing, and building
oh, down on that
commissioner,
one.
because
Okay,
that one, the master plan implementation had moved to another one.
sure, okay, no, that would work,
All right,
okay.
good.
So we'll do building just one time down in the February slot, that would work, and then, so we'll keep the master plan, so planning, zoning, housing, master plan in October at this point. Let me not lie here. Next one would be Water, Health, and Grant Committee. 2nd November would be Highway Police, Highway Transfer Station, Police, Fire, Ambulance, EMD combo. December meeting would be both schools and the superintendent/business manager. December grouping could be Library, Council on Aging, Veterans, and Tree Warden? Yeah,
If we need to hear from, I mean, we may
Yeah,
not
tree
need to
warden,
hear
I don't
from
know.
the tree warden.
I mean, Ed, thoughts on that? I don't know. Tree Warden?
Yeah, I think that's fine there.
Yeah, okay. And then Historical Greenway, Agricultural, and Cemetery.
Cemetery.
The next would be Bylaws, Town Clerk, Elections Registrar. And then we're back to Community Preservation, Conservation, Open Space with Master Plan on that overview. And then February Planning, Zoning, Housing, and Building. And then we'd just repeat what we did below. So we'd go down through that April one and suggestion about leaving May and June kind of open for final budget town meeting issues without having these kinds of presentations, but maybe picking it back up in July and August. We don't have any for July and August, right?
No.
So, yeah. go
Sorry,
ahead, John.
no, I just, the election/register, isn't that the same post? I mean, should one of those words be the town clerk?
Yeah, we added town clerk. So bylaws, town clerk, elections registrar. So,
That's the same person, right?
Yes, it's all the
for the
same.
Board of Registrars, right? Or,
I am a member of the Board of Registrars.
okay. So it all goes together, like fire and EMD would go together, yeah. Okay, is that,
There is a chair, though, of the registrars, are they not?
yeah, so they could come.
Who's that? Yeah.
Okay. So any thoughts about that? Does this make sense to people?
I think it makes a lot of sense, but last time there were times when people didn't come, and so we would just ask you then to reach out to everybody early on, and,
Yeah, I just sent him the whole list.
okay.
Yeah, so I think we get the list tidied up so we know what we're doing here. So,
Just on that point, though,
Yeah.
the select board does have the authority to require department heads to appear before itself.
I would assume we do.
So maybe just a gentle reminder in the
Yeah.
email wording,
Well, and I think too,
set
if,
this aside, block
Right.
it out.
well, and one of the things that I wanted to do with this idea is to have this laid out and it's out there for the year. Everybody knows it well ahead of time. We'll put it up on the website. We'll distribute it to the departments and committees. Nobody can say they didn't know about it and they need an excuse for why they're not coming because
And I would
this
post it on
is-
the website in case
Right.
residents are particularly
Exactly.
interested in one
They wanted
category.
to listen in, exactly. No, we want to make this visible, we want to make it so that people are accountable to themselves, to us, and to the residents. And so, yeah, that's why I wanted to try and get a year, sort of a plan out there, and just say, let's stick to it. So my first question, though, would be, just with the September 1st meeting, what we have laid out there as the finance accountant, treasurer, collector, assessors, does that, John, would that meet what you were alluding to about a separate select board finance meeting?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of this, so I think that would definitely,
Could
it's a
that-
dedicated, assuming that we're not gonna try and hear from all four of them in a 15-minute window.
Right.
Like, there's gonna be a good chunk of the meeting, like maybe,
I mean, we would have to not have too much other stuff on the agenda for that day, I mean, I think.
so,
Or we could have a separate meeting
yeah.
in between
so-
meetings if
I-
we needed to.
Yeah, and the other thing, so I'll just mention this now, not for any action, but my other thought was, are there things that come up before us on a regular basis? Like, for example, all the warrants, right? That's really a notification, because they've already been signed and gone.
Right,
And the expense reports, so long game plan. You know, we meet on the 1st and the 3rd, or the 2nd and the 4th?
Every 2 weeks.
Every 2
Every
weeks,
2
yeah.
weeks.
Or just on a rolling basis? So-
Yeah, so some weeks, yeah.
So like, one thing I would propose, a goal for our new accountant that comes on board, knowing it's not gonna happen right away,
Right.
is that the second select board meeting of the month, we should get the full reports of the previous month, because you're at least 3 weeks into the new month, the old month should be closed out. So it's not every 2 weeks that we have to review. Now, we may want to because of the condition of the books, I mean, not the books, but where we are with expenses and all that. But once it gets rolling, you know, and then we wouldn't schedule a heavy meeting when we're going over the expense reports, right? That would have.
Right.
So we're only dealing with that issue instead of every 2 weeks, once a month. And our objective is the previous month is closed,
Right, okay.
you know,
That makes
as an
sense.
example. And then maybe put all the warrants on a different one, because it's just a procedural thing to lighten up the load a little.
It is repeating those out, yep, okay, it's an idea. I think with the one that's what's been slated here right now for the first meeting in September, which we'll have to decide soon because we've got a holiday coming up in there too that's gonna maybe throw us off schedule. But with the Finance Committee, Accountant, Treasurer, Collector, and Assessors, we obviously have our treasurer collector, but we may or may not have an accountant and an assessor by that point in time. But we would still want to try and have a meeting along these lines for the 1st of September, I would think. Yeah, everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so if everybody's in general agreement with this, we'll tidy it up. Do we need to have a formal vote to adopt this idea, or are we generally okay? I don't know.
I don't know if
What's
we need a
procedurally
vote.
okay? I don't know. Do we need to vote on adopting the schedule that we just talked about, Ed?
I would.
Okay, all right, then I'll entertain a motion to adopt the schedule as amended and as will be rewritten to be distributed to the department heads and various committees.
So moved.
All right,
I'll second.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, good, thanks, guys. I think that will get us a bit farther down the line here, and then we would like people to stick to that. And if for some reason, with all this advance notice, somebody cannot do it, they're responsible for finding another committee to substitute for them. We're not going to have a blank space, okay? My rule. I'm being autocratic right now on that one, but I think that's important. That's where we
But
get,
they still have to keep to this schedule if it's once a year or twice a year.
right.
It's their
And if,
commitment to us.
right, and if for some reason, there's some extraneous reason that they can't possibly do it, we're not going to just not have anything. We're going to have somebody else be substituted.
But for where it's department heads and where they have an individual that can act in their stay, it would be they could opt to send their assistant, i.e. the treasurer who has an assistant treasurer that can act in there, could send that person to
I guess, sure,
represent.
sure, as long as
But somebody's got to be here to
somebody was
fill that
representing the
block.
entity.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, good, thanks. All right, moving on. COVID-19 update. Do we have any news on what's happening around town? I know I don't think we've resumed any the biweekly call or anything, have we, with the Board of Health and
We've been
people?
quiet
Yeah.
here. I mean, statewide and nationally, the numbers are starting to creep up again, mainly due to the Delta variant. So,
Yep.
whether we're going to see any changes come from the state, requiring masks on an inside
Yeah. I was wondering if there was,
basis or
Uh-huh.
not,
yeah.
I'm not sure at this point in time.
I didn't know, I haven't seen anything, I don't think, come out of the governor's office on this. I don't know if anybody else has.
He is not.
Yeah, so I think that's something that we need to keep an eye on, though. I think with everything circulating around us, I mean, if we've been lucky so far, that's great, but I don't think we want to take our eye off the ball on this one.
No, and it'll be interesting. I mean, most of the areas that have been hit, actually, they say that 40% of the new cases are due to Florida, Texas, and I think it's Missouri. And then, after that, obviously, there've been some clusters and some higher numbers in, shall we say, vacation areas or whatever that have been popular, so. But it will be interesting to see what happens, I'd say, on a local level, in September when, colleges are back in session, schools are back in session,
Right.
what have you, to see, what the effect is, but.
Right. And I know the Norris is having a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks, are they not?
We have so Norris changed its standing schedule to the second Wednesday of the month.
Okay.
It's on the agenda, but on August 10th, the day before, the one or two committee members have been invited to a meeting with the Board of Health
Okay,
at 5:30.
great.
So, which I'll plan to attend and get another committee member to go, to specifically discuss what we know as of that point,
Great.
so that we're prepared for our discussion about reopening the
That's
schools.
what day again, August 5th, you said? Or-
August 10th, it's Tuesday, it's the day before the school
August
committee
10th,
meeting.
okay, great. No, that's a good,
But that's the day we have a
At
select board.
6, right? So I'll go to that for the first half hour.
Okay.
And then the other school committee member
uh-huh,
can fill me in.
okay. Great, no, that's a good idea. I'm glad they're doing that. Sounds like a plan. Okay, great. Okay, CARES Act update.
And basically, sometime in the next, 10 days or so, you and I should sit down, go over the list and
Yep.
see what we've got and for monies to reallocate and
Yeah.
see.
The last time that I had looked at it, we were still probably a couple $100,000 that I thought we had available still to
I wouldn't,
shift
I wouldn't
around.
be, I wouldn't be surprised.
So it's around that, I think. I think you had mentioned that you were going to have a department meeting on Thursday?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So what we could do would be to also just, without knowing exactly what we have to shift, we could just find out if anybody has additional ideas, needs that might fit
Mm.
the COVID guidelines and take advantage of that department meeting to raise up some possible ideas. Then I think we'd probably, I mean, given our experience so far, we'd probably have to still check in with your liaison at the state to see, is this really eligible this time around?
Right,
I mean,
and it's,
I'd
and it's,
wanna-
and it's actually a smaller pool because
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense to actually request anything that's going to be covered by FEMA reimbursement.
Right.
Yeah.
yeah. So we've got to, so you and I, let's make a plan, depending on how these interviews get scheduled.
Yeah.
Because I really do think, I mean, CARES is priority too, but honestly, for me, the accountant, assistant accountant interview stuff is really a higher priority, but, we can block off a couple hours and see if we can just close the door and make it happen,
Okay.
the CARES update.
Sounds good.
Okay, all right. American Rescue Act update, various things from DLS, bits and pieces of guidance,
Yeah,
but not,
bits and pieces. I mean, the
Not a lot.
biggest things that fall out that are seem to be useful to our town are the infrastructure, whether it be, water, sewer, or broadband. It does seem, possible to utilize it for broadband expansion into areas of town that don't currently have it. However, that also means that, one of the recurring themes, and I won't just say it's here in Charter Spectrum because I can't stand Comcast Xfinity where I live either. I look and see the same things. It's, every couple of months or whatever, they're dropping channels or whatever, and they're, increasing the cost of them. So, it's, so, just keep in mind that it still keeps us with Charter Spectrum, but it would be a good way to get into areas of town that don't currently
yeah. And who
offered to it.
Who best knows what those areas of town are that are not really, I mean, I think Ian has mentioned a few.
Well, I think we bring in our charter rep.
Yeah, charter,
Yeah.
when
Oh,
when
the
I
charter rep
called to
itself.
complain about the
Okay.
service,
Yeah.
they have a whole map.
Okay,
They have a whole map.
all right. Well,
Absolutely.
that would be maybe something that we should think about as an agenda item going forward too.
Or have the technology committee meet with them.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the other one is, the water department has said that they're, obviously, they could very well utilize some of those ARPA funds to help fund, some of their ongoing planned replacement,
Right.
water main projects and some other things.
Yep.
And then, like I said, we do know that we can utilize the ARPA funds for any required trainings that our police department have to do from the Police Reform Act
Yeah.
at this point in time.
Okay, good.
Chris?
Yeah.
I just had a thought. I wonder if it makes sense to add one more week to our our schedule, and in that week, and have it at the end of the year, so in May, have the charter representative come in and the Eversource
No?
representative come in, just kind of have a standing spot once a year for them to come in
For May,
and
you're
give an
suggesting?
update.
And East Hampton,
HG&E
and I
too.
would
Well,
add
might as well
East
throw in the
Hampton Media to
HG&E
that.
too, yeah.
Yeah.
HG&E.
HG&E,
Those wouldn't
Eversource.
be as lengthy,
Yeah.
but it, and again, it's another, at least once a year, we've got them in front of us.
Sure. Yeah.
Citizens can send their requests or
Right.
comments ahead of time,
Good idea. So HGE, Eversource, and Charter. Right.
and
And
East
and
Hampton
East
Media,
Hampton Media.
East Hampton Media.
kind
Okay.
of like the contractors.
Yeah, okay. Well, and the services to town, as we're talking about that.
Right.
So I think it's a good idea, yeah. Let's add that. So on our department schedule, we'll add the month of May with that on there. Okay, good idea. All right,
And as far as, sewer infrastructure goes, even if we're gonna get the 1.2 million and wanted to put all 1.2 million towards that project, it still means we're gonna have to find funding sources on our own, so that one may not make a lot of sense at this point in time.
well, and even when we were looking at a couple of things with that new program from the state, I believe Randall had reached out to the DPW head in Westfield to see where they were at this point in time, because at one point in time, they had excess capacity. I mean, this is a few years ago now. I
Yeah.
mean, we've had tons and tons of studies of water sewer expansion, Hamden Ponds area especially. Lots of money spent on studies and nothing really coming of it. But at the time, Westfield had extra capacity that could have maybe helped link in with the south side of town, but I believe he said that they were pretty full now, and they don't really have that capacity now to take any of our connections into their sewer system, I don't think. But something that we could certainly bring up with the water folks when we meet with them.
And who will be spearheading this decision around how these funds get spent? Like, what's the plan? Is there a committee that's going to be looking at it like the CARES Act? I mean, did we decide on how that is going to be?
The American Rescue Plan money?
Personally, I think it should be the select board.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could do something similar to kind of reach out to the various departments and get some ideas, once we get a better idea of what really is eligible. But if we can get any more specificity than
Well, I
what we
mean,
have.
a lot of what they're pushing again and is what, we were able to utilize under COVID, housing through rental assistance or, mortgage assistance,
Business assistance.
business assistance.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of categories like
Yeah.
that, rather than a lot of categories that are a direct influx to, shall we say, operating budget,
Right.
for the town.
Yeah, no, that's true, yeah. So, but, yeah, no, I think that would be, an idea would be to reach out through department head meetings and find out what people are thinking about, especially water, sewer, other topics as well. And then bring it back to select board and have us kind of say yay or nay on certain things. Okay.
But in the case of like broadband, it would be reaching out to Charter and having them come and provide us with a map and what would it mean, what would it cost, all of that. So it wouldn't specifically be a department head, but it
Right.
would be.
Well, and we might, because that would be a special thing, we might even have a separate meeting with Charter to come in much earlier.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, May's a whole year away now, to have them come in earlier,
Right.
after we talk to the tech committee and see. I know they've reached out to them, but mostly just to boost up our tier level, is it not, for town hall? I mean, it's just
Correct.
to get us to another tier of better service for broadband, but
Right.
not broader town-wide service.
No, it was for town hall and did some, shall we say, research into, I won't even say a wide area network, but fiber connection utilized between like here and Norris School.
Is there fiber here now, other than the East Hampton
There is
Media?
fiber here now,
Yeah.
correct.
And you're still having issues with Charter?
Well, we don't utilize the fiber.
Gotcha.
Well, as far as the American Rescue Act, though, the money's in the bank,
Yeah.
or at least half the money's in the
We've got
bank.
the money, we actually
Well-
have half of the money here,
This
or
year's
half of the
allowed.
first tranche here.
Well,
right?
it depends on how you look at that, shall we say, whole package, because I look at it and say, well, if we're supposed to get 1.8, even though it's over 2 years, it's less than a quarter of what we're supposed to
Well,
get.
what I meant to say is it's not like CARES Act where, you know,
Yeah,
you basically, we've already received, 300-something thousand.
322 and some
Yeah.
change, correct. Abs-
Exactly,
Yep.
yeah. And we have a longer time to spend this, too. I mean, this
Right.
is really a 4-year
Four.
spending plan, right?
Yeah.
So it's totally different than CARES,
Mm-hmm.
not, I mean, but that doesn't mean that we should lag in terms of
Right.
getting a plan together and making our decisions on that, so. Good, anything else on those things? If not, we'll keep on moving here.
Good.
All right, next one down, was a request from the Tech Committee to modify their charge. If you recall, Dan LaValle came and presented to us, gosh, about a year ago, I guess, about how they were going to organize the Tech Committee. One of the things that he had suggested was that he would be willing to start it off and get it rolling, but he didn't want to continue to be the chair after a certain point. And so he's asked me to report that he has followed that plan, and he has stepped down as chair. He's still on the committee, but Mike Jager is now the chair of the Ad hoc Tech Committee. And he's the person also that got recently appointed to the East Hampton Media Board. Okay? So Mike is taking over the reins from Dan, so Dan is a regular member. But one of the things that they were wanting to do was to have a minor tweak in their language of their charge, where they would like to have the ability to have perhaps 1 or 2 non-residents on the committee that have got tech specifications. And especially, I think if we think about them getting more involved in some of the broadband stuff, that might not be a bad idea. But what they have as a charge now, I'm going to read two pieces of it. The summary was, a committee consisting of Southampton resident volunteers who have worked in or currently work in the information technology field. So that really limits it to Southampton residents. And then at the very end, the committee structure, it said 5 to 7 residents with technology experience. So what they're asking us to do would be to modify their charge and just broaden that a little bit, give them a little bit more flexibility, so that when they have a person or two that has got the experience that they would really need and want on their committee, but they may not be a town resident, they'd be in a, somewhere else, but willing to come and be part of the committee, if we would allow them to do that. And so a suggestion would be that we could say on the summary, a committee consisting primarily of Southampton resident volunteers, as an idea, and then under the committee structure, say 5 to 7 persons rather than residents, 2 of whom may be non-resident, or something like that. That was a suggestion coming forth, but willing to take any other ideas on that. Does that make
It makes sense to me.
any sense to
and-
people?
And doesn't the Conservation Commission have this exception also?
They do have people,
Because, you
right?
have
They
to
do
go
have people
outside
that
to
are
get
not resident in
expertise.
town, yeah. And I think I don't think we thought it through very carefully, maybe. I mean, normally you'd go for residents, but I mean, you may find if you've got a real technical, what do I say? A real technical need, that you may have somebody that may not be from town that could complement the existing committee.
Yeah, on the Conservation Commission, some of the most experienced members were out of town,
Yeah.
and they were excellent additions.
Right. Yeah, so, any thoughts about any different kind of wording? Would that help us? I don't know what makes any sense to anybody.
How about this?
Yep.
The summary, a committee consisting of volunteers who have worked in or currently work in the information technology field, 5 of which shall be residents of the town, 2 may not be residents of the town.
Okay? Two maybe non-residents, okay.
Or I would just leave it at 5 of which are town residents, then the other one is just the natural result. The other 2 of the 7 would not be if we're only stipulating 5.
Mm.
That's all. saving some words.
Well, right, is there a section in here
We
that
just have
says
to
that
change it
their
on the
level
committee
can go up to
structure.
seven?
On the committee.
On the committee structure at the
Yes.
end that says
The
5 to
end.
7 residents, so that would have to change there.
Yeah.
So it'd be 5 to 7 persons, 2 of whom may be non-residents. Okay. That sounds like a viable possibility. Does that meet everybody's agreement?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Could I have a motion to approve a modified charge for the ad hoc tech committee then,
So
along
moved.
those lines?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, great. Thank you. I will take that to them tomorrow night. All right, next along the line is the revenue and expenditure update. And Ed, remind me, you said that this included the last warrant, but it does not include all the transfers, the end-year transfers we did, is that right? So this is a little bit different in terms of the totals that we had from the last meeting, I believe, in terms of the general fund totals and what we had left over. General fund balance right now looks to be $650,641.54. And that's pretty much, that would still most likely be it, right? Except you're gonna modify the internal
Right, and
transfers.
then we'll have some encumbrances
Yeah,
that didn't make these.
okay. So does anybody have some thoughts and questions that they would like to ask about the expense report that is basically through June, covers all the warrants through June 30th? But knowing that we have the end-of-year transfers that have not all been captured in here yet.
I had a general question,
Mhm, yep.
in regards to the selectmen expenses, the minutes.
Okay.
When was that something that we decided to start? My understanding is we pay someone to take the minutes. Is that something that we've always done? Is that something that, we can look into areas of not having to do? Whether it's by volunteer or member of the select board? Because from what I'm looking at, the expense is the select board's the only board that pays someone to take their minutes.
The school committee does too.
Oh, the school committee does
committee
too,
does.
okay.
Yep.
Personally, I will not volunteer to do minutes. I volunteer a lot. So anyway, what happens is Kathy Ingram is the person, in addition to Ed's administrative assistant, that watches the videos. She used to come here, and I think she does it now by watching it and does the minutes, so.
Mhm. Yeah.
So does your assistant do the minutes?
No, I think Kathy Gingram's
Okay,
doing it.
Kathy
Came
does
back
it.
to
She has
do it.
been
She
doing
was
some to
Judy
catch
was
up
doing
on
it
some.
from a while to get us
Yeah.
caught up, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Kathy's back to doing it.
Yeah.
Kathy does the school too, actually. Same person, right?
We have a new person now.
Oh, you do?
It's
Okay.
going to be a staff member from central office.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I'm central
Good.
office.
You're still
So-
paid though,
Wait,
right?
yeah.
For that position, it's going to be part of their salary.
Okay.
okay.
Oh, that's,
So I think we had, this has been, I mean, the notes, as you'll see here, have been pretty extensive.
for all the towns.
We had tried it, I think, where Ed was trying to take notes
I
at the
think they're
same
gonna be
time,
much
and that really became more of a burden than it was worth, I think, and decided to go back to what had been done in previous years, as far as I know, was somebody actually taking more detailed notes. So I don't know.
I guess my question is there anyone in the town hall that would be able to, we could include that as one of their duties? I don't know
Well,
if it-
you would, I mean,
like,
then
if
that-
you're an assistant or an admin who,
but then our charge would be that we would have to allow them extra time.
Right.
overtime,
And compensation for coming to
okay.
select board meetings. It could be 2 hours or 5 hours or
Right,
whatever. I mean, I don't know.
exactly.
I think it's easier in many ways to have one dedicated person to
True.
keep on doing it. I mean, you've got, the person's familiar with the topics and, I don't know. I think it's easier just to have one person rather than, swap out people. But, yeah, Jen,
Hi, Jennifer Day, treasurer collector,
tell
so,
me you're volunteering.
oh, no. I had to do minutes once when I worked in East Hampton, and I really didn't like it. But, when I did work for other towns, cities, usually the administrative assistant to the mayor or the town administrator did come to the meetings and take the minutes. I don't know if it would be, I mean, it's still a cost. I don't know if it would be more cost efficient to add on to those hours. I don't know if that person's willing to work in the evenings, but it's just a thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think no matter what, we'd have to pay that person, no matter what we do.
A volunteer.
Well, we have the option of people being able to watch the video. They don't necessarily
take the
always have to
minutes.
come at night.
Yeah. That is an-
If it could be in some way part of their workday, maybe not totally, but partially. I don't
Yeah,
know.
do they have to be, since they are televised,
Right.
would it have to be something that they have to come out of work hours, like what Francine was saying? They
Ed
watch
could-
them the
maybe
next week
yeah.
and do the minutes.
Ed could speak to that better, but I would assume you could watch that from home or from, at some point in time, or watch it during work hours. And so that means with somebody who's working, I mean, how much does Judy work a week? Is she 16?
16 hours.
16 hours. So to the extent that she's watching and writing notes for one of her days of the week, assuming she's working 4 hours.
She does some now, right, Ed?
So,
No, Kathy Ingram's doing them now.
yeah, Judy had helped, and Judy had been helping until we got some caught up, but Kathy's been doing it now. So, I mean, I think it takes away then from other things that Ed needs her to do. So
Okay.
it's a trade-off.
I was just,
So, I mean, I don't know. I think we have, I mean, if your, part of your issue is just questioning the cost on that, is that what your issue was, or?
I mean, I am, just because I didn't realize I looked over the budget pretty quickly, but I didn't realize that Norris had also was paying someone to take the minutes. And
Yeah.
I also, in my role of clerk,
As
I
clerk,
also
ah,
wasn't sure exactly, like, if
Oh,
if
okay.
that's a role that
Okay.
I could
Gotcha.
take on.
I see.
Well, you get to do that during executive sessions.
Executive session. you do
Executive
that.
session,
Yeah.
that's something that
You
I-
definitely could
Yeah.
take on that role if
Take
you
on
wanted to
it.
at that point in time. But I think at this point in time, with the system that we have, we're probably doing okay. Kathy's been really quick at turning things around. We're really pretty much caught up with a lot of our minutes.
What was the reason for the backlog, can I ask?
Oh, we didn't have anybody, Ed was trying to do it by himself.
Oh,
We didn't have
okay.
anybody. Kathy
Sorry.
used to come to the meetings, and then when we
Okay.
went COVID, we went Zoom,
Zoom, and then
and
trying
nobody
to
was
catch
here.
up with
And so,
all.
yeah, we were just trying to figure out a system that worked, basically, so. Okay, anybody have any questions on the expense report that's,
No, I do.
yeah, go ahead, Francine.
Just a question. In departments where they're overspent in some categories, when we do the transfer, the transfer will come from within their own department? Between the lines?
Not necessarily. It's the first place we look, but it does not necessarily
Yeah. Some of
happen
the
like
ones-
that.
We've done, what, 4 end-of-year transfers?
We've done all of them.
We've done all the end-of-year
We're
transfers.
past the dates, so.
So some, I think the beginning ones, if I'm not mistaken, the beginning ones I recall pretty much came from within that same department to the extent they could. And then as we got to the last one, which was a fairly large transfer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That was like $80,000 or $90,000. I think some of those came from
Other
odd,
departments?
kind of odd lines to, yes,
up.
other departments.
Wherever we
to pick
could
it up.
take it from.
Wherever it was possible.
Okay, so the one category, I'm looking at the health director's salary is over $535 overspent. Is there any way that money could be recovered from COVID?
No.
And I think we transferred it out of the Sharps money within that line item.
Yes,
or
that's
within that
correct.
department.
How do you get over there?
I mean, I understand that, COVID has been it's the worst offender, because anything that's gone wrong in the past 14 months, it's COVID's fault, but, this is like the perfect story, because it's illegal to overspend a line
Yes,
item.
It is.
But we have unique, unusual circumstances that are happening here. And I know that everybody that is currently here is working above and beyond 120% to get it done. And I'll just ask the question again, and I know there's no answer tonight, but it's, when will June 30th numbers all be done and everything be booked? And, I don't think
Well, at least for the transfers and stuff, it should be for the next meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
But even the revenue, I mean, right, because if, and I might be wrong, what my thought is that at least for my time, filling in as a town treasurer in Chester and Washington, you know, the treasurer puts in their revenue turnover packets and all that and sends them off, and then they have to be reconciled.
Right.
You know, and so that piece isn't happening, and I get it, limited resources, limited time, but we're now going on, you know, this is the third meeting where the revenue is not being brought forward, so, and this is part of the bigger plan. This is
Yeah.
getting the interviews done,
Right.
figuring out what we need to do.
Yeah.
And then I think, I'll just throw it out there, is being prepared to figure out where there's additional resources, because in essence, we have 2 years' worth of work that needs to be done
Yep.
to get everything done, and it's honestly not fair to, if somebody accepts the position, to say, okay, thanks for coming on board, we'd like you to do 2 years' worth of work now in 1 year.
Yeah, I hear you.
And again, I want to reiterate, everybody that's doing the work now is working at 120% or greater. That's not my argument. It's just,
How do we catch up? Yep.
So I did print a revenue report that does go through mid-May, I think. So that's what was posted by the accountant so far.
Okay.
I think the last one you received was through
April 30th.
April 30th. So this one does show, you know, a better perception on taxes collected because there was that May 3rd due date. So it does show like personal property is 99.06% received, real estate 94.85% received. And even after this, there will be, you know, more posted, because I have posted till pretty much all of June for departmental receipts. I just have to post the local aid for June and some like ambulance receipts. And then I'm done, so it's just now a matter of Regina getting to post all of that.
Okay. So in general, though, we should be counting, if I'm understanding, we should be counting on probably a month lag time, though, between the revenue report and the expenditure report. I mean, once you're booking things, you're waiting to still reconcile with your bank accounts
Yeah,
and whatever
so-
else, right?
yeah.
I mean,
So the expense report is like instant as soon as the warrant is done.
right.
Right.
The revenue report, though, yeah, there is a lag time on it, and I think that as far as receipts are posted, it's in a good place.
But just for
As far as-
clarification.
For like clarification.
Well, just for clarification, in a perfect scenario, you're doing at least weekly turnovers to the town accountant. I mean, you don't sit on your turnovers for a month, right?
So, that's not
In a perfect
really
world.
exact, well, I guess it's not a perfect world. It's never how we did it. It's not how, I mean, it's never how it's been done here. That is something I could do. I mean, I'm not against that, doing a packet weekly and turning it over. That's fine, that's, you know, but typically I do 4 packets a month. So,
How's that different than once a week?
because it's basically for 2 weeks. And then, so I do 2 weeks of departmental receipts, and then another 2 weeks, plus like the local aid, ambulance receipts, if there's any Unibank, school payments. And then I do a payroll packet and an interest packet.
Okay.
So those are done at the end of the month.
But they're spread out over the month. So, i.e., you're not
Yeah.
waiting until you have closed the month to take all your work from the month and send it to the accountant. Some pieces are going in over time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't wait, but I don't do it every week. I mean, I can do it every week. That's okay.
Well, it's something as we talk about,
Yeah,
you know, ways to think about, you know, being efficient and getting us information that we need to make some decisions. That might be some thoughts,
yeah. And
you know,
some
we
of
can
it,
entertain.
yeah. And like some of it too, you know, it comes in, if it comes in on bank statements, those don't necessarily come in at the end of the month. So that's going into the next month now. So it's not always like right, you can't always post right during that month that that revenue is received, you know, but for the most part, so.
Okay.
So I think that maybe even by the next select board meeting, all of June could possibly be posted if Regina, you know, has time to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, thanks, that's helpful. Okay. Good. Anybody have any other questions? I had one somewhere, I'm trying to find where it was. And I think it was when Rini spurred my memory on sidewalks. I know, under the gift funds, Ed, there's sidewalks townwide for $35,000, with nothing spent on that. What was that all about? Is that a?
That is funds when someone comes before the planning board and say they're doing a cul-de-sac.
Okay.
And rather than putting sidewalks down both sides.
Both sides of the
The
subdivision?
cul-de-sac, they have the option to put them down one and the cul-de-sac.
Got it.
Cul-de-sac end, but they have to pay into this fund what the cost
What do they
estimate
pay,
would have been.
15,000, what do they put in lieu of
In lieu
others?
of doing the other side, correct.
So how much do they put in?
It depends on the project and what the length is, so it differs. It's not a set fee.
It's not a flat fee. So it's by the foot or the,
I would say it's probably by foot.
So it's not a flat fee, in other words, yeah,
okay.
yeah,
And then how can the money be used for other purposes?
yeah. How do
Well, it can
we,
be used for other sidewalks.
other sidewalks only?
In other
Okay.
parts of town.
That's what I was gonna get at. Okay, that's what I was
Exactly.
wondering. Okay. And then secondly, does the CARES Act money get entered in as part of our revenue report somewhere? Or is that
It
just
does.
totally, it is,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's something that we'll see somewhere. I mean, with all these grants coming
It
in, I
is.
want to be sure we keep all the grant money coming.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, anybody else have any other questions on that? All right. Okay, if not, we'll move on. All right, so tying into this, we started talking about it a little bit, but this notion of collaborations and cost efficiencies.
Right.
It was on the agenda, trying to think about that. I don't know whether we need to belabor that more, or just say that this is gonna be something that we pick up as a committee discussion as we go forward in the next month,
Right.
and toss out ideas,
Yes.
kind of brainstorm some ideas as a group and see what's possible.
Yeah.
Or we have a subcommittee of the select board to work on that, or what's anybody's thought about that?
I don't want to keep putting it off till we, design the perfect thing.
Yeah.
So, my thought was to have an ad hoc committee, very similar to the IT and the grant, if we can identify people in town who have the particular expertise that they could bring and be willing to put forward. It would be great to have somebody from town with some municipal experience who can give us some insights into how we might orchestrate some of this.
Yeah? So outside the select board, I mean, including anybody that wants to,
Including,
but,
I'm not saying excluding select board, but including people who have that particular
okay,
expertise. And we may want to look at, maybe we want to look at certain departments, so people, not just efficiency experts, but people who are in that field could come in and make some recommendations to us. That might be one way to go.
I like that idea, and then if we create a charge similar
Yeah.
to the IT, then I think we share, okay, this is what we're gonna study, this is what we're gonna look at,
yep,
the compensation, or the makeup of that body. And then we send that out to all the department heads. Because they may have some great ideas that they wanna bring forward versus waiting for us to come across. They may not, but it's expanding on the communication and the two-way street,
sure.
you know.
Okay, well, how about, without going into greater detail tonight, how about we keep this on the agenda for the next meeting and talk about maybe developing a charge of some sort? Ed, would you like to take the lead on developing a charge that we could consider? And
Sure, I could take a stab at it.
And then we can talk about that, because I think, a couple of things that you had talked about at one point too, I think related to, improved software and things like that, that might make jobs easier in town hall as well too, so whatever ties in there, okay?
Yeah, the one thing I can tell you is we have old version of financial software. It is, shall we say, hands-on redundant from, someone taking the invoices, filling out a warrant summary sheet, and then depending on if it's payroll or vendor, okay, goes to an accountant, goes to a treasurer collector's office, gotta be.
They do it all over again.
Gotta be re-entered.
Yeah.
You know.
Abatements, for instance, abatements are entered into the spreadsheet by the assessor. Then they come to my office and they're entered into the collection software. Then they go upstairs for refunds and these same people are entered again by the accountant.
Yeah,
So it's, it's just like we're triple entering, double entering, all over the place.
yeah, and good chances for errors to be made
Yeah.
too.
Exactly, yeah.
And I will say on that specific issue, when I was in Chester, Chester got a IT grant from the state it was enough to cover the enhancement of that software, so where department heads were just entering into the system. So there was one-time entry and then it was flowing through the system to the SoftWrite.
Yeah,
It's a huge project, but.
yeah,
Yeah, Harper's called me the other day, because they, constantly call because they want us to sign them on as the new payroll company, and they said that, many towns and cities have been signing on using, CARES Act money or
who is this that called?
Harper's payroll. So, it's a pretty popular payroll company, where you don't do as much in-house payroll anymore, it's more of outsourcing. They do a lot of the work. They do the W-2s, they do ACA forms, they file your quarterly reports, pay your federal and state taxes, so.
They can hear her.
Should I go?
Yeah, maybe, sorry, I keep forgetting, I don't know how well we broadcast with the, from here, but yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of a, more of outsourcing payroll,
Uh-huh,
because they do a majority of the work. So I was just hired as the West Hampton treasurer to replace Goshen. Not that I really do love Goshen, but it's such a far ride. So they use Harper's there, so I'm excited to see how it works.
good, maybe find out how
and
that works and
then-
maybe recommend something to us.
It even has something like, you can have a employee portal, so employees can go on and print their direct deposits or reprint their W-2s, all things. So
Yeah,
it would lessen the busyness of the office. So maybe there's even the possibility of, okay, well, we have the system, but we can reduce employee hours, to help cover that cost. I don't know. So,
Great.
but something like
well,
that.
that might be
But-
something to,
And there could be tons of time savings. So Harper's, like me and Vicky had met with Vadar. So that's one. And Harper's is compatible with Vadar
It should be compatible with SoftWrite also.
and SoftWrite, which would be, so if we went to the upgraded Springbrook, right? Is that what for SoftWrite, if we upgraded?
I think there's even an upgrade to SoftWrite without going to Springbrook.
Oh, really?
I'll check.
They've already changed their name to. all the,
Conversation up here.
yeah,
Oh, sorry. I really don't like to stand up there. But all the correspondence I get from them is from Springbrook now. Like so I didn't know if SoftWrite just fully changed over.
I'll check
Like
and
if I
find
get
out.
emails from Maddie or Bindi, it's all Springbrook.
okay.
So,
Well,
did these, this upgrade using CARES Act, was it justified because of the additional lines for various?
Makes sense.
That was enough to be able to use CARES money?
I could reach out to the salesperson who called, but he didn't, I'm not sure.
Do you know, Ed?
Yeah.
I think they justified because of the incredible increase in lines for,
Reporting?
I don't know.
Probably if they use the employee portal, then the employee's entering their timesheet online remotely from home.
yeah,
That
right,
too,
right,
yeah.
just
Yeah.
remote.
Yeah.
The process.
It's probably more
Which I'd
remote.
have some issues with. I mean, it's one thing if the department head's putting it in, it's another if the employee is, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you,
But
I don't know if you have to use that portion of it, though.
You don't have to. I mean,
Yeah.
Softrite's got a payroll portion,
Yeah,
you know,
Really-
also, one of the things I get a kick out of here is the amount of proprietary third-party software that, you know, we use. Softrite has utility software module that, you know, we could be using instead of Point for our water billings. You know, so
Well, that's,
I think there's a ton in the software portion. It's not cheap, but you could at least have time efficiencies out of it, and there may be some
Yeah.
cost savings as
well,
far
maybe
as
that's something to figure out whether.
person power
whether
or person
anything-
hour goes
Yeah,
to.
whether any of the CARES Act money could possibly go toward that, or, you know, whether, I don't know, with the community, the IT compact?
Well, the thing with the community IT compact is there's only one project. Art and I went through that last year. Art helped me immensely. We came up with like a $58,000
Right.
application, but it was a bunch of different projects we had put together, and they came back to us and said, we'll only do one.
And that's where we got like
So, I mean,
$6,000 or something finally, right?
right, so I mean, to me, the two that come to the top of my mind, and we just probably have to pick out, depending on the cost and what we, you know, if we got all the money to do it, would be, okay, what's the cost to upgrade our financial software, number one, and could we get that through the compact IT? My number two choice, or, you know, or if we can't get the money to upgrade our financial software, my number two choice would be, okay, web page design change, and, you know, basically going to a friendlier version where some of the department heads can put that in, some of that basic information, whether it's their committee, their assignments, or, you know, some of the
Keep some
basic
of their own
information.
information updated.
Right, exactly, rather than having to send it out to a third-party vendor.
So community IT
And,
might be able to do that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Well, that's
I mean, those are the two things that come to
Yeah,
my mind
okay,
for the community compact IT.
Okay.
Great.
Well, we can certainly talk about that with the tech committee too. So, good. Thanks, Jen. That's good information. And as you do your experience in West Hampton, just keep us posted how that really works in
yeah, I'll
terms of
let
that
you
software.
know. The treasurer in there now says that she loves it, so
Okay.
it's something too that the city of East Hampton had just switched to a couple years ago. A lot of different towns and cities are
Yeah.
switching to Harper's.
Good.
It's just, you know,
Well, sounds like something we
yeah, more efficient.
ought to hear about.
So, yeah, so I'll let you know, but
Okay.
I'm gonna go now. I really wanted to be here for the revenue and expense report in case there were questions. But
Well, thank
of
you.
course, tonight there really weren't any, so.
Thank you for staying.
I'm
All
like,
right.
home and I'm like, I could answer that. I could answer that.
Thanks,
Thank
All right.
you.
Appreciate it, Jen. Thanks a lot. All right.
And I'll tell you, one of the things Jen is waiting for Regina and I is because of the fact that we sold some of our existing bonds and reissued them. When you look at the debt schedule, you'll see, you know, there's a couple in there. Why is this $58,000 in the hole or whatever? It's because of that piece of accounting that, okay, yeah, we reissued, but we got money to pay off the old one, so
That doesn't show.
Gotta balance it out.
we have to, yeah, we have to come up, we have to develop the revenue account numbers for those to go into, to make those negatives go away.
Gotcha. Okay. Good.
Thanks again, Jen.
All right. Thanks, Jen. Take it easy. All right. Moving on. Are we up to the bylaws at the moment?
I believe
Yes.
so.
Okay,
Yes.
we have 3 on the list here. Draft bylaw for nuisance and nuisance/peace and quiet, soliciting and canvassing, and numbering on building numbering, numbering buildings. Francine, maybe just, I don't know if we want to spend time and actually kind of go through these, but maybe you could talk about them. I think a couple of these, one of them at least is a brand-new one, right? But these were ones that residents had been especially interested in. The nuisance, peace and quiet one, and the soliciting have been
So-
2 that have been asked of the committee,
Soliciting is top of the list
top of the list.
in people's minds, and
Yep.
So with that, I mean, just so that everyone understands how we went about this, I mean, we developed the language, we looked at other towns, looked at their bylaws, we, essentially replicated, portions that we thought were appropriate for Southampton. And as we developed these drafts, we would go back to the department or the committee that would be, had most responsibility for it. So, for instance, soliciting and canvassing obviously goes back to the police department. So Ian spent a lot of time with us going through this, giving us language as well and corrections so that you know that he's agreed with everything that's in here.
Yeah.
And as far as trying to get your input, we had presented this before to the select board, and since we have 2 new members, we thought we would go through it again, but we want to turn this around pretty quickly. So my recommendation is going to be, if you have comments or you would like to make suggest some modifications, if we could do that in the next week or so, get that to me, and then when the bylaw committee meets on August 5th, we could discuss those proposed changes and whether or not to put them in here, and then move forward. I just don't want to hold this up any longer than necessary.
And I think just one thing to add, since I'm on the committee, the idea of doing a public meeting on this we had not done for some of the other bylaws that have been passed through recently, because most of those had existed and there were some language changes or maybe a paragraph added or something, but not really wholesale changes. These 2, maybe less so with the building numbering, but
Right.
but certainly the nuisance and the soliciting, canvassing really do take a stab at putting it down much more clearly. I think there's nothing on, nuisance is a brand new one, am I not right on
Yes.
that? That's a brand new one, and soliciting had like, a little
A little paragraph.
3-4 sentences at
Yeah.
most on it. So this has gone into a lot of detail, and Ian has been one of the prime ones even on the nuisance one, is he
Right.
not, right?
Right.
And especially when it talks about, on the soliciting, canvassing one, you'll notice about the person soliciting needs to have a badge and everything that goes on the badge.
They have to be
Getting-
registered, they have to pay a fee.
Yeah, all of that has
Yes.
been done with Ian's input, because a lot of it, we were concerned would be too onerous on him to do some of these things, and he felt that this was what was going to be necessary to protect
Right.
anybody from unwanted people banging on their doors.
Right.
And so he has really, put this out there. But I think, getting feedback on that. The nuisance one, just to say that this has not got things in here, what it's what it's talking about now, just reading it out for the folks that are listening at home here, maybe, would be excessive noise would be prohibited between the hours of 10 PM and 7 AM. So that's obviously something, but it defines noise, but we have not, in this one, I think you have not done anything with decibel levels, because
No.
that had been a particular issue where we would have to have the way to measure the decibel of whatever was being considered noise by a neighbor or
We would
whatever.
have to buy some piece
Yeah.
of equipment that would measure it, then have somebody trained to use it, and then be on the
Yeah.
spot. This is a little more general. This kind of makes it more common sense. I think the descriptions that
Well,
are in
it's
here.
general, but you have no standards.
Well,
So what is
standard-
excessive noise?
it
That's
says,
different between your opinion and my opinion.
No,
okay,
it's-
but if you
it's-
look at
there's a
other
definition on there.
if you look at other towns and bylaws that they have on this, this is the language that they've used.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so it comes back to common sense. We're talking about peace or safety of reasonable persons of ordinary sensitivity.
yeah.
To me, that's the yardstick.
But the excessive noise one does talk about any noise that emanates from various places here that is plainly audible at a distance of 150 feet. So that's
That's the definition.
the definition that's in here as a benchmark for this one.
And these are some things that people are concerned with, construction noises, emergency equipment noises. I mean, things that I think we've covered pretty much everything that Ian said to us, these are the kinds of complaints and calls that I get in my office to address. And I have nothing to look back on, to point to say this is or isn't, and this might be how we would resolve it.
Right. And
So-
I think he was feeling too that this would help his officers in enforcing these kinds of things, to at least lay this out, that we're talking about excessive noise from motor vehicles, dirt bikes, motorcycles,
ATVs,
audio systems, et cetera. But then there's a list of exceptions here for emergency vehicles, highway, public utility vehicles, agriculture-related things, et cetera. So it's trying to break that out.
I guess my question is, what is the penalty?
What is?
What is the penalty?
That's the next
doesn't-
question, because
We have to come
what is referred to in here, I think I was noticing this, Francine, I think
right.
one thing that we don't have in here, we refer to, if it's not in that one, it's in the soliciting one. Soliciting one has an application fee, number one, for the entity, and then it also has a bigger penalty for,
It says under 6, enforcement, non-compliance with this town-approved bylaw is subject to non-criminal ticketing as established by the fee schedule periodically set by the select board and
Right.
town meeting.
Are
So,
you on the nuisance one? I'm sorry, I was looking at the nuisance.
yeah,
Yeah.
nuisance.
yeah,
Number 6, enforcement provision, right here.
Okay,
so, but
so there's a master
yeah,
schedule.
part of what we need to do, though, I think in accompanying that, is take a look at the non-criminal ticketing bylaw that we currently have, and/or whether that actually has the list, a complete list of the fees, fines, penalties, whatever, or if that's in a separate select board policy. I'm not sure where that
I think what
lies.
we had talked about is keeping it as a separate schedule, so that
Could be
if there were
modified.
ever changes in the fees, we wouldn't have to go back and change the whole bylaw all over
Right,
again. So
right.
it would be just one separate document, which we currently have. We do have a fee
Well, I would
schedule.
agree with that until the recent Attorney General's comments on the,
The wetlands
with
one?
the wetlands, where the Attorney General is now
Right.
saying
The fee in
that
there.
the fines have to be in the bylaw.
Yeah. Well, but I think if in the bylaw, because there is and it's not a very complete bylaw, if I recall, the non-criminal
Right.
ticketing one really needs some work. And in that maybe is where that listing would be. But again, the idea was not to have it
And,
so embedded in a bylaw that you've got to change the bylaw all the time.
and
Oh,
I'm hopeful that this group that we now are contracting with, that they have the expertise in this, that they might lend us, you
An
know,
idea, maybe, but,
some help in how we construct these things so that we're not going back and forth all the
Yeah.
time with minor changes and improvements.
Well, you're not going to be surprised to hear me say that I don't support bylaws that establish social mores in town. I feel that, I mean, even like the numbering, I get that it's a safety issue, I get that it gives the police some arm, but, you know, if you look at the bylaw that talks about nuisance/peace and quiet, it goes into incredible specificity with lots of exceptions. The soliciting one, you can't go and solicit after 5 PM. Every Boy Scout that's ever come to my house came after 5 o'clock. Let me just finish, I just want to say,
Exemptions for
I know,
Boy
there's,
Scouts.
there's huge specificity, and then there's huge exemptions. And as far as the numbering, I mean, here's an example. The address numbers shall be Arabic numbers or alphabetical numbers with a stroke width not less than 0.5 inches. Numbers shall not be spelled out and must meet the minimum size as designated in section 1. So and they have to have high contrast and affixed to be readily readable from the public or private way. I feel that, I just don't support bylaws that are so specific that establish social mores for the town. I mean, I told you before, my mother lived in a place where you couldn't leave the garage door open. You know, there's just so many, and she hated it, by the way, she left there, but I just feel like I just don't, I just think there's a fine line between what's safe and what gives the police some sort of guidance. In the end, I mean, we're a town of 6,000 people. I mean, it seems as if, like Ed just said, like there's there's wiggle room, and the police are gonna end up having to make that judgment anyway of what is reasonable. So we're going to this high level of specificity with a huge number of exemptions, only to come back to where we were in the first place, which is the police are gonna make a decision about whether this violates it or not.
Well, I mean, that's why we're gonna have a public meeting. We can take input and we can see how people feel before nothing is finalized.
Yeah.
But again, coming back to the soliciting and to the noise, we went to the people, departments mostly involved. With numbering buildings, we went to fire, we went to police, and we went to the building superintendent. And they all really felt that this was important to them, because the first two, fire and police, respond to emergencies and finding homes, especially when we're doing a little more of, attached housing, little community places where things may not be clearly marked, addresses, and if there's an emergency, not a fire that someone can see, but a medical emergency or something like that, to find the homes, that's an issue. And, and we took this also to zoning.
Isn't that on the resident, though?
Pardon?
I mean, isn't that a resident decision about whether, I mean, I just feel like I'd like to, leave it up to the resident.
Yeah, well, and I think that's why that we wanted to take it to another level and not just let it be a select board discussion, but actually because these are potentially controversial, right?
But
I mean, I think to have this be put out for a public meeting and just whether, probably have it here or something in September and then let it be well publicized, let people come in and give us feedback, but also have the opportunity to send in an email with feedback in that interim month, so we have an idea what people are thinking, and include all of those written comments into a public meeting sometime in
Into the
September.
meeting, so that.
And if it goes nowhere, it goes nowhere, but I mean, at least.
I thought on the numbering of buildings, I thought that was already covered under state law, under the E911 rollouts that came out in the 90s, that are very similar to a lot of this language.
Yeah,
It is, as far as feedback on numbering of buildings, it'd be wonderful if we would just number them in order.
that too.
A section of College Highway,
But they don't.
They aren't.
and that job falls to the planning board, because they
It does,
assign
yep.
the building number,
Yep.
and
Yep.
then you get the postmaster that comes by and says, well, you gotta use this number, and
Yeah,
My number
No, I
on my
went to
street was
planning.
changed
They told me it was
because of
zoning.
E911.
yeah.
So I went to zoning.
I don't know, again, I would think the building inspector would know that about the E91, but anyway, yeah.
In regards for the numbering of the buildings, is that something that we don't have to make an entire bylaw about? Because it does seem excessive, to be honest, to have an entire bylaw in regards to the numbering of how people present the numbers on their homes. But is it something that the building inspector can consider when they're doing their certificate of occupancy? Like, hey, you need to have a visible number for police and fire to view? Or
But
is it just something that the building inspector can consider when he's doing his walkthrough? Or is it something that we have to have a full bylaw for?
Well, if you look at section 9, I mean, it's gonna be going forward that the building inspector that would be something that they would look at. But under section 9, in the interest of public safety, owners of existing houses and buildings are strongly encouraged. We're not saying that you have to.
I know,
to
but it's
comply with
kind
these
of-
numbering requirements.
It's kind of, it's confusing to have a bylaw and then say,
I hear you.
you're strongly encouraged to follow this bylaw?
And I'm going to be funny, because of the three, numbering of buildings outweighs the other two a thousandfold. Because guess what? This is life-saving emergency management information.
Yeah.
And if you've driven around this town and tried to find somebody's house with a number, oh my God.
In the rain.
But this is the type of stuff, this is the type of stuff, when that ambulance goes out,
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
It's hard.
it's,
Yeah.
it takes minutes off the,
Yeah,
For the response time.
off the
And
response
where's the
time.
line between the police's and ambulance need and the resident's desire to do something or not?
yeah.
And doesn't the resident know that? They know that if they don't have a very clear number on their home, an ambulance and fire are not gonna be able to find them easily? I don't know, I just feel like
One would hope.
you have your own personal
One would hope.
responsibility for your home and
Yeah.
to be responsible for the emergency services to
Yep.
get there.
Yep. Well, and I think this, though, I mean, this will be the opportunity, because we've heard from the town officials that find these things important, that they feel like they need something that they can hang their hat on and
Right.
use to be that they can use to enforce any violations or perceived violations or complaints by neighbors. So now the point is to open this up to residents to have a chance to give us feedback and say, hey, forget it, we're not going to abide by this doesn't make sense, or we like this, but we don't like this. I mean, I think,
Right, and the final
It's-
product ends up at town meeting,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
yes, I mean, it
Or
would
might be
come,
a special.
well, it would be revised based on any feedback that would come
On the
from the,
input that we get,
the
and
public
then on the
meeting.
comments of the E360 people, and then,
it would
I
come to
mean,
select board
and the select.
to agree on. It would still probably end up going to KP Law to look at, and then it would
Right.
go to town meeting, yeah.
Right.
I think ultimately this is hypocritical in the language. You're saying the homes ultimately shall have a fixed too. And then section 9, you're saying strongly encouraged.
But this is, I think, is what it's trying to say, if I'm understanding this, is that this is going forward for new construction,
Yes.
that this is required. That we're not saying we've got to go back and modify every house in town. So it's looking at new construction, so that's why number
That-
9,
That's why section 9 is there.
owners of existing houses are strongly encouraged to comply
Yes.
with this. But it's not saying, okay, everybody in town, go change your numbers.
But it would,
New
but,
construction.
but as, if a building, if permits were being pooled for existing homes, for instance, they would now, this would be something that the building inspector would be looking at when he
Right.
goes.
Yeah.
So is that clear? That's not clear in this
Well, it may
first
not be. I mean,
paragraph.
that's where, there's a
Yeah,
whole lot of
it's not- yeah.
wordsmithing that still needs to be done. I'm
Okay,
not saying it's
all
ready
right.
to go.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, definitely, but I mean, that's the
Yeah,
intent, I think,
okay.
of this one, is to say, not making it retroactive and mandatory for
right.
existing homes, but the idea would be for new construction.
And it says
So-
in section 8 that the building inspector is the designated enforcement who will apply these requirements to all new construction and/or renovations that require building permits.
Right. So whether this alone, I mean, back to Joy's question, whether this alone would be enough for the building inspector to just do as part of his normal duties and walk through and approvals or, certificates of occupancy or whatever, or does it really need to be a bylaw?
Right.
Obviously, at one point, that was his thinking, but maybe that will change. So that's the idea. So I think, just to recap then, what we would like to do, right, is to get these, what you mentioned earlier, is to get these up on the website.
Get them up on the website in the condition that they're in now, so that people can see them.
Okay.
We need to have an incoming email set up for the bylaws committee so that people who have comments can email them to this one source. We will gather that information. Over a period of a month, that these bylaws will be posted on the town website. After that, and at a public meeting, those comments will be shared in addition to gathering others. Modifications will then be made. We'll come back here with all of those changes before we would go forward with it to our attorney, and then the next step would be town meeting. And at which time, people may
Yeah.
not agree with them.
And just to reiterate, out of all the bylaws that exist as the general bylaws now, these two are the specific ones that we have heard the most on from residents. These are the two complaints on nuisance and
Nuisance,
on
soliciting, and
soliciting.
canvassing.
These are the ones that people
I agree.
want to know, what are the hours, what can be done, what can't be done? So that's why we
This is a
took
response
took
to
them
that.
on.
Yes.
So that's in response to that, but, how we balance, the personal,
Individual rights and.
personal rights
against,
and abiding by some
fitting
sort of
into a
guidelines and
community.
standards is,
Yes.
it's a fine line, so, but hopefully that will be a plan going forward. Okay?
Ultimately, my goal with bylaws is not to have to send things that we know probably won't pass at town meeting, not to send it off to KP Law, to spend legal fees on something that we know probably won't pass, or might not pass. So I just want to take that into consideration. That's something I'm always taking into consideration, like whether or not I agree on it, is it gonna pass? Because what is the town really thinking? So I'm happy to hear
Well,
from the public.
people-
Yeah, I'll be really
Yeah.
interested to
No,
hear
so I think
from-
that would
from
give us that option now
Right.
to have that input. And then, if it looks like it's not necessary, or people are, not finding it, relevant to what they need to do, then it doesn't have to go anywhere.
Right, and
So,
people for themselves will decide what's important,
Yeah.
and that's what their vote represents.
Yeah.
If they say no, it's no.
Okay, so with that, can we get these up on the website, Ed? And is there any issue with getting an email address? Is that possible for the committee, or?
Can's a physical possibility, which it is.
Okay. Yeah. All right, good. I don't think Francine wants to use her personal email, in other words, right?
No, I don't, no.
I checked, we're all out of email slots, though, sorry.
Are we really? Seriously?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
no. I think I've actually already set it up.
I mean, there's probably a couple that are not,
Then we need to set up a password to access it and everything.
Well, there's two ways to do, if you're gonna want to respond from it, yes, we'll have to send up
Yeah.
a password, because I could also just have it forwarded to your personal email, but if you want to use it for responses too, yeah, I'll
I'm
have to
not
set
sure
up a
we're gonna
password.
No, I don't
respond,
think
we're
we
gonna
respond.
collect,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
we're not gonna get into
Then
an
I could
exchange.
just set it up and forward it to any other email addresses
Okay.
you wanted me to, and then
Okay.
you don't have to worry about another password.
Okay, that will.
I think
that
the
will
idea
work.
would be not to respond during the
Right.
feedback time, but rather collect all that,
Yeah,
make it public at the time of the public hearing or right
Right,
before that.
public meeting.
And add it to that set of information. That
Right,
would be
and
the,
that would be the time that
more
the
efficient way to do
discussion
it.
would occur,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
we
so
can do
be
it that way then.
So
We will move on.
not to overcomplicate it, but it almost, you receive it, and then that email account should almost have an automatic reply. Acknowledging receipt of this,
We
these
can
will
do-
continue to be collected until the public hearing on such and such a date at such and such a time.
We can do
That way
that
they at least
too.
know it
This
went
will be
through.
shared, yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be
We can
great.
do that too.
that's a good idea,
Very good idea. Thank you.
yeah,
Okay. So, all right, moving on.
automatic response.
Great. Okay, next one is select board reference documents. This is just, actually one of my issues. I've asked Ed to make a separate folder on Dropbox so that we don't have to continually search for documents that are kind of background that we may use from time to time. We don't have to print them out every select board meeting and waste a lot of paper on them. And so he started that. What we've got in there are things like the master plan. There are various contracts in there for police, fire, union contracts. There are
Personal service contracts.
some personal service contracts. There's, I think we've got some of the PQB information in there, the hazard mitigation plan, which we'll be looking at sometime later in the year because it expires in December. And probably the biggest one, and I wanted to just point this out to everybody, but especially to John and to Joy, is these quote-unquote selectmen's handbook. If you haven't heard of that or seen that, that's in there, and I think all of us could do a refresher. I know I started rereading it again for the third time, I think, but I think every year it's kind of good to kind of go through it and refresh our minds about that. But that's just a sort of a general overview of the selectmen's board of select board's role.
You said that's in the Dropbox?
Yes, it's in the Dropbox, and it's, I think you called it handy reference documents or something. It's a separate
Yes.
file with all of these, so that they can be there, we can refer to them, and if we have to access something, we don't have to have it printed out every meeting, we can just know that we've, and if you want to
Yeah.
pull them out of Dropbox and organize them yourselves for your own files, you know, they're there, but they're kind of, it's just one spot. I know I spent a lot of time searching for documents that
that's a
just
good
drive me
idea.
crazy. So-
Two things that I search for a lot, I don't know if it's worth putting in there, if it's helpful to other people too. I suppose I could just keep my desktop too, for that matter, but two things are the personnel policies of the town.
Right,
And the other one is the most recent warrant, or any, like warrant in the previous year, like the annual town meeting warrant, any special election warrant. It just seems like I'm always looking back at them.
okay,
So that would be helpful for me.
okay. All right,
And the personnel policies.
Yeah, I think the personnel
That's
policy.
it, it's in there.
The
Okay,
personnel
great.
policy handbook is in there, even though they might be updating it, that's in there, I think. Okay, so that's there for
That's
just,
a multi-year process.
say what?
That's a multi-year process.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but anyway, so that's just there as reference, and I think it might just help us just get a little bit, at least for me, it'll help me be a bit more organized and not have to be searching for things, okay? All right, but I really do recommend taking a look through the, what they call the Massachusetts Selectmen's Handbook, and just sort of get an idea of what that's all about. Okay, the next item is the Greenway update. Ed, some thoughts there that you wanted to add to?
Sure, and I'm gonna throw a question at you too,
Uh-huh.
to make you think about some things. We have received two $100,000 grants to go towards the acquisition of the right-of-way of the Greenway. Now, the Greenway is, up until this point, we have not been able to utilize community preservation funds because that right-of-way is what they call rail banked. So that in reality, you don't purchase it outright because the railroad does have a right to take it back. However, I will say the probabilities of them ever taking it back in the future, especially once you put a bike path on it, is about the same as walking into Foxwood or Mohegan Sun and rolling the dice and winning $2 million on that first roll. So we've got those two pieces of the puzzle. At the annual town meeting and on an election ballot question, the voters of Southampton said yes to a,
Debt exclusion.
I knew it was a debt exclusion, I'm trying to remember that, I think it was $270,000. Okay, so that's out there and in play, and that's how we were gonna go forward. With the state budget that the governor did sign, it contains language that now will allow us to use community preservation funds for the acquisition of rail banking agreements. So, question is, do we move forward and utilize the debt exclusion? Do we say, okay, well, let's hold that on the side and start moving forward down the road to acquire this, but let's request funding from community preservation, whether it be to do the balance of that acquisition or acquisition and some funding to start the design process. And number one, if you don't want to utilize the debt exclusion, that's, I think what I came up with was 12 cents per $1,000, number one,
Right.
on people's taxes. Number two, and John will be able to back me up a little bit on this thing. We have a levy limit and a levy ceiling. So our levy limit is our levy limit. It's what you live within with the 2.5 and you can't exceed.
Right.
If you want to exceed that, then you get going towards your levy ceiling. And that's where overrides and debt exclusions come in, because they all, at least not on the full amount, but whatever you ended up, borrowing or expending for that particular year, go on the documents to DLS, and those count to go towards your levy ceiling.
Even if the debt exclusion is a temporary,
Yes, because that's on there for 5 years, 10 years, or whatever, so that's gonna stay on there.
yep, okay.
One of the things I had forgotten about of going into this last annual town meeting was we only had about $200,000 to go to get to our levy ceiling. So I knew we had some growth that is going to come into play and add to that, but we are close to our ceiling. So when we start talking about projects, whether it's, 1.6 isn't a lot, but we still have to borrow for the 1.6 million for the East Street Bridge. When you start talking about $7 or $8 million borrowings for public safety complexes, if we ever were to look at another override, those all come into play, but you still have to live within your levy ceiling. So actually, as Jen has pointed out, a multi-year budget plan is ideal, whether it's 3 years or 5 years. It's a good step in the right direction. But as we start talking about some of these projects, and, we got towards looking at debt exclusions for trying to buy highway trucks and whatever, just because it was tough to fit them in the budget, those all eat up what we have available
Part of
for
the
levy
percentage.
ceilings. So as we do our planning and, even think about, broadband expansion or some of these other things, it all plays into that. So it's like, okay, if you looked at, probably theoretically, that $270,000, it's an acquisition. We could probably borrow that for 15 or 20 years and make the yearly payment small. I always like to pay them off sooner or later, but whether it's, 10 grand or 30 grand, that is going towards your levy ceiling. So it's another reason I'm bringing up the fact that, okay, we do have another, shall we say, option avenue to utilize for some of the funding to acquire that right away.
What do we believe the acquisition cost is going to be?
We'd estimated three.
We estimated 370 in total, which takes into account some
100 from the
legal
state.
cost.
Got you to 270 for the question.
Right, so we got 200,000 of that, leaves another 170. We were originally thinking it would,
Right, but
probably be 270.
Of that second 100, did that have a 25% match? Or $25,000 match?
20% minimum match, so yeah.
Right,
So we'd have to put that in, so we're
And
really
that's-
at $225,000.
correct.
Yeah. So
And could CPA money be used for that match?
That's what they're saying.
yes,
The governor made-
that's
yes.
normally what we could go for that part. But
Yeah.
now we've got the possibility of really
past
using
legislation?
CPC money.
Passed
toward the right of way, which
legislation, the governor did
is all
leave
brand
it in
new.
his
So-
final budget bill.
Yeah, so it's in the final budget, so
So
it's.
my two
brand-
comments on that is just quickly on the levy ceiling is, one of the things this getting the finance team back together is I'm gonna ask that they reach out to, I think it's Marcia at DLS, because she has built out a 5-year levy ceiling limit projections with all your debt and all that, and it's very user-friendly to use. To help with this and paints the picture for the community to see where making these decisions, how it impacts everything going forward.
That'd be great.
But secondly, yes, the citizens voted for the debt override. I get that. What that tells me is we need to acquire that land. But that, utilizing that debt override is the last funding source.
Yeah.
So if we have to exhaust all other means. And if we can still get the land and actually never have to do
And
that
say it.
270,
Yeah,
then
We have good
that would be
news.
the direction I would ask to go in.
yeah. Well, and I think, that has not been the option until like literally last week.
Right,
I mean,
right.
when the governor's bill, when it went through, to be able to use the CPC money for rail banking. So what that would mean would be probably the 170-ish from CPC to finish off that total, right? Plus,
I might request a little
Yeah.
bit more than that, like
and probably the
2 or
25, we still need to
2.25.
do the 25 or 25,000 or something for the Mass Trail match. So, we're talking a chunk of money from CPC,
Right.
which, hopefully they'll be accommodating, but I mean,
And it has to go in front of town meeting.
and that goes to town meeting as well.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And also, we borrowed against future CPC. Do you know where we stand on that money?
Oh, we've only paid, I think, 1 year or maybe 2 of the 10-year commitment.
Okay, so I don't know what's in the bucket of open space or recreation.
Undesignated is pretty high. I think it's
is.
like, wow, I gotta do the subtractions from this past annual town meeting, but that one, I believe, was up to like 600,000 or so.
Yeah, that came up at the town meeting, but I think that Virginia had commented that right now with where things are at, she didn't want to bother too many people to get the balances, but that's something we'll want to know for the next meeting.
It was on the inside.
So there should be some money in undesignated that could cover this couple 100,000 we're talking about? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what are the deadlines on these two $100,000 grants?
Wait a minute, I might, go ahead,
One-
I'm good.
I think this is the original.
One of them, I'm gonna see if we can stretch to 2 years.
Okay.
The other one, we got 1 year to expend it, but like I say, we can start down the road. My intent is if we'd like to consider the CPC option of moving forward with that, with the thought of putting it on what I would call the winter special town meeting.
Yeah, yep. And going to the committee first, obviously.
And then since the town has approved the debt exclusion, do we bring that back to cancel that at a town meeting? Is that how that happens, or?
That would be my recommendation, yes. Once we're free and clear of that, and not gonna utilize it.
Good. It sounds like,
Because otherwise it stays on the recapture sheet.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it counts as if you did it because
if we
it's
did it,
authorized.
exactly, no, that's what I was thinking, yeah. I think I kind of like that idea. I mean, if we don't have to use the debt exclusion, I think that would be a big win in many ways, and probably, yeah.
And just keep in the back of your minds, we're still gonna have to find design funds
Right,
somewhere between $600,000 and $700,000 to do this project,
yeah.
so.
Because the money waiting at DOT on the tip sheet, I believe, is really more
6
for the,
million.
for 6 million, but it's for the construction
Yep.
for the most part. It's not,
3.5 miles, I was just
Not
checking it right
really-
now.
not
We're on
really
the
design.
2022 Southampton Greenway Trail construction. It says 2022. From Coleman Road to Route 10, 3.5 miles, and it's 6080722. So 6 million.
okay. I was thinking it was 24, actually, I didn't think it was 2022.
6,080,722.
In East Street, so I've kept this email for a long time.
Oh,
and just
maybe I
keep-
confused it with the, with.
Yeah, East Street is 2025,
Okay.
and that, we're earmarked to
Oh,
get
we might
5
have to
million.
check that out with DOT on the tip sheet then. Don't think we'll be ready to construct in 2022. But one thing I was going to suggest, I don't know when the, I've talked to Aaron Tauscher, who's the new chair of the Greenway Committee. I don't know, they're planning on having a meeting, but I don't know that they've scheduled one yet. But it strikes me that maybe, you should maybe attend that, just to sort of lay this out to them too, because,
Yeah, I had let Aaron know that
okay.
of the second 100,000 for
Yeah,
Mass Trails.
But I mean, the idea
But I would
of going
follow
to
up with this.
CPC and
Yeah.
maybe not doing the debt exclusion. So,
Mm.
yeah, no, that sounds like a,
Can I ask
probably a
question?
good situation.
John Martin was an alternate to the MPO board. Do we have a seat or not on that board?
No, it's a regional seat.
Yeah.
And a regional alternate, but I'm actually, of course, we probably never notified them that John wasn't here anymore, so I'll reach out to them and let them know, and then they will go through the whole process again
Right,
for an
right.
alternate.
Which board is that?
It's the
MPO,
That's, they're really in charge, I think, they're
Well,
making a lot of the decisions around some of this.
well, they make the decisions on the tip, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, good, all right.
Charlie had been previously on it, I think, as a primary, right? Then John and.
I think you're right,
and
yes.
They got on as an alternate.
Okay, all right, good,
This
well,
one's the original.
good enough. Okay,
Does it stand for Metropolitan
if we're done with the
Planning
Greenway, we'll
Organization?
move on.
What does it stand for? MPO, what does it stand for?
Yeah, what the initials stand for.
Oh, Municipal Planning Organization,
Yeah.
or?
Yeah. Okay, all right, so I think we're down to any other business, necessary business that cannot wait until the next regular August 10th Select Board meeting.
Well, I would just like to remind everybody, in Tammy's absence, I'll take on her job and say, Celebrate Southampton is Friday, the 13th of August, and Saturday, the 14th of August. And there's a great lineup, all day long planned for both of those dates. So please plan on coming. I think they're having a planning meeting coming up. But it's already looking like a lot of
Yeah, you know, a lot of-
wonderful activities.
A lot of
Let's
people
hope we
have
have good weather.
booked, yeah, I know, a lot of people have booked in, and I know they've been getting lots of raffle prizes and things, and so, yeah, I think it should be quite a good event, so, that's great. All right, John, you sounded like you had something to present at one point.
Sure. So two weeks ago, we took up the matter of the PCF regarding Robin Richard at the Highway Department. And we sent 2 questions back to the PPPB board. Specifically, now that there is a specific person in this position, take a look at the individual's experience in a similar positions, and for the PPPB to make a recommendation at what specific step of the grade 8 scale that this individual should be brought in on the pay scale. And the select board had recommended an hourly wage of $18.16 per hour. So the matter came up at the board level, and because the minutes aren't here, this individual is on the board. When it came up, the individual excused themselves from the room for the entire duration. I was tasked with keeping the minutes, which I forgot about the next day until it came up this morning, which is kind of why it's short notice. But we had a very long conversation about the steps and how is that interpreted and that. And at the end of the conversation, it was clear that there really wasn't any guidance on assigning steps. There was more focus on the grades, and then the steps were left. And there were 3 members of the committee there, the vice chair, myself, and the finance appointee, Donna Whiteley. And at the conclusion of it, after listening to a lot of testimony from the department head, in that the board voted to, part 1 of the question is the range, I believe, is step 6 to 8, $18.31 to $20.80 was the range, but specifically the hourly rate, taking into consideration people of a similar position within the town that did not, but people in a similar position within the town, but having potential to do more harm to the town, so they had therefore had greater responsibility. The committee voted 3-0 with 1 abstaining or not present to recommend $19.25.
As opposed to what was 2270?
Correct. And with the 20 hours in the general highway line item and 5 hours in the transfer station, understanding that at the end of the year, there would be additional funds left over.
And what percentage of increase is that?
8%.
Going from the 1781 right now?
Yeah.
I don't believe it ever got, I think we had recommended the 1861, but it never got, it was not implemented. It was just a recommendation, so I believe the payment was
And what was the range again, John?
1781, so
$18.31 to $20.80.
this is within that,
We voted and recommended
1925.
$19.25.
Okay.
So that it's an 8%.
Yeah. 8% increase.
And it's 8% over what was initially approved?
No,
on-
8% over their current rate, which is $17.81.
which included the 2% increase
I don't,
from the previous year. I'm asking, I
I
don't know.
don't think so.
But it's a new person in the position.
It was the PCF that we had signed before.
They started in April, right, earlish May.
The original PCF that we signed was for $18.
No, 1781.
17, yes.
1781, because I remember the note on it saying if there's anything more than this, it's not covered in the budget. There was a handwritten note by Regina on that.
So the other thing that I would just add for the board is, 2 weeks ago when I asked the question what our authority was, it was thought that it was we approve or deny or send back. But first, thank you, Francine, for forwarding over the bylaws to me. Page 17 of the bylaws, under PCFs,
But
section,
Yeah, this is personnel. This has nothing to do with the town general bylaws. This
correct,
is
the
separate.
personnel rules and regulations.
Yes.
Regard, that the PPPB is supposed to follow, says that section 6, page 17, 6.A, the Board of Selectmen has the final authority to approve, amend, or disapprove the PRF, and then later uses the same language for PCF, with or without modification. No additional action may be taken unless authorized by the Board of Selectmen. So I think under the current rules there, if the committee, the Board of Selectmen can do whatever they want here. But they asked for guidance from PPPB, and this is what they came back with.
Okay, so just to review, the original PCF, when this position started in April, was approved at 1781.
Correct.
Correct.
Then the department head went to the PQB to ask for change in the actual step and grade of the position, and it was increased so that the new range of that position was between 1820 and 20-something? Can I just have a sequence of this?
Now, the interim step,
Yeah,
backing up, so it was originally, correct me if I'm wrong, but the original was approved at 1781.
Mhm.
When we had the meeting 2 weeks ago, the PCF was showing 22 something.
70.
And that's
22.70.
because the
22.70.
five hours wasn't accounted for, and so it was an additional 5 hours, so it came out to 22 something.
Something along that line, and that's what we were questioning and sent Randall back to PQB. And then with the guidance that was provided to them to take a look at that and where this was gonna fall on the step, they've now come in with the new range that they believe that position is, of 1831, excuse me, to 2030. And they are recommending to us 1925. So it's considerably less than the 22 we had seen 2 weeks ago. It's 8% above what the person was hired at.
Then why did we, I mean, when we were asked to relook at the scoring amount, so that she was hired at a lower amount that was approved at
So-
1781.
So she was hired at $17.81, which was a grade 5.
Okay,
It then was reviewed and moved to a grade 8
okay,
at some point. A 2% increase on the 1781 got you to $18.16.
That was our recommendation back to Randall at the last meeting.
And then the 1816 was adjusted to $22.70
right,
with the comment of 20 hour, you take the appropriation that passed, regardless of whether or not there was a data entry error in the dollar amount.
right,
And you divide that by the 20 hours, you come up with $22.70.
right.
So that's what got stopped here and sent back,
Right.
saying you need more explanation.
Right.
And so that's what came back up is, okay, we hear you, here's the 3 area, because, which is really the middle of the steps for somebody. That's the range, and then we looked, specifically, because of who was at the committee, specifically, we looked at what was the assistant town treasurer being paid. And this dollar amount is below that,
What is the assistant town treasurer being paid?
1975,
So they're kind of on parity.
right? But the assistant treasurer has signing authority
Right.
and at least 2 of the 3 committee members, they had more authority,
Yeah,
and therefore on the,
Right.
now granted, we did not compare everybody.
right.
That's a similar class. We-
Right, there's an assistant town administrator too that I don't think is making, 19,
She's making 1680, I believe.
and that just got raised up because she was so low. So I'm still unclear because 1781 was grade 5, and then a 2% raise to that was 1816. So where's the adjustment for going from grade 5 to grade 8?
That was a
She
rescoring?
was hired at grade 5 at 1781, right? And then you said that she went up 2% because of the town meeting, which was 1816, is a 2%, right? So where is the adjustment to go from grade 5 to grade 8? Is there any recommendation for increase, or is that what we're talking about right now?
That's where they came
That's
up with the
1925.
2270, well, right.
Right. The 1816 or whatever never got implemented. It's still been
Right.
1781 all along.
Right, so not even the 2% raise with
Not-
July 1 because it wasn't in the budget?
Because there is not a signed PCF by the
Okay,
BOS.
okay, right. So has there been any adjustment from from grade 5 to grade 8?
No, she's still sitting in the grade 5 pay at 1781.
Until we make a decision.
Okay, and what was the decision about how'd they come up with the 1925, just based on her background experience and the fact that the range for grade 8 is between 1820 and 2030, and therefore 1925 is
No,
more or
well,
less in the middle?
Specifically, that range is the middle of the
Yeah.
11 steps, that's the 3 middle steps.
Okay, okay.
6, 7, and 8, right?
I think so.
Is it what you said?
So there's been
6 to
no
8.
accommodation for grade increase that was voted by PQB, right? There's been no increase because there was a
hasn't
vote to increase the grade.
This,
Well, these steps would come off of the grade 8,
The steps come off of the grade 8, right?
right, not the grade 5.
Right,
So-
but right now, if you go from 1781 to 1816, that's only grade 5 with a 2% raise. Right? Am I reading this right?
yeah, but, so this 1925, if I'm understanding this, is going from the grade 5 to now the grade
Grade
8,
eight.
step 6
Right, right,
or
right,
whatever.
yeah, yeah.
That's what
Step
I'm-
6?
Or
Well,
or
it's.
somewhere in the middle,
it's
whatever
not
that,
clearly
step
on
5,
one
I don't know where it is,
specific
but
step. Yeah.
somewhere in between that 1831 and 2030.
Okay.
Which if those are the middle steps on the scale is what I was hearing.
Mhm.
Right, so that goes,
And where's this gonna come out of their budget?
The budget, it's currently budgeted to pay $22.70.
Oh, because of the error, right,
right,
right.
so because of the error, they recognize that there will be money left over in this line of sorts, right?
Can I ask this, and I should know this answer, but I don't have notes with me to know this. When this position was rescored, I believe, I wish I were more, could be more accurate. I believe that this was on the existing job description, not on a revised, but I'd have to go back and figure that out. I believe,
And it's a non-exempt position, is it not?
right.
Correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? Are we ready to entertain a motion? What would anybody like to do? So the motion, if I'm hearing, the proposition,
I can make a motion to start it along, if somebody
okay,
wants to
why don't we
amend
do
it.
that, just keep
I
on
mean,
moving on this?
Make a motion to approve a rate change equivalent to an hourly rate of $19.25, 20 hours to be charged to general highway, and 5 hours to be charged to the transfer station. With I guess, a comment that we understand that those two line items will be under budgeted for the remainder of the year.
Because they
The
were
rate will
over
be the
budget.
same for
Correct.
both? The rate's the same,
Yeah, rate is the same for both,
Yep.
just 5 hours from
right?
one,
So
20 hours from
technically,
the
the budget is in excess of what this will be paid out, right? Okay. Would somebody second that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Now, open for discussion, further discussion? Anyone?
Well, I think PQB made a statement last time, if I heard John say at the Board of Assessors, that in order to really do this, the job descriptions have to be, there has to be a difference in the responsibilities. We can't just have department heads come to the PQB and say, I want to increase this person's salary, but the job description hasn't changed. So if that did happen, and I do remember watching that PQB meeting, I think that it's, I don't know how to unravel back, what may have happened here. I'm much happier with the 1925 than the mistake of 22-something, and it doesn't seem like there's been accommodation of the grade increase, and it's in the budget, so I guess I would support it. But I do have concerns about that whole process, about, PQB making decisions about raising people's rate without any change to the job description, so I can't speak to.
And I think I think PPB is already on the track, because they're already trying to amend their bylaws, so I think they're open to perhaps, via my position with them, expanding certain sections and clarifying language on this is when it's appropriate, and this is what you need in order
Right.
to move these things forward. And then perhaps even supplying additional documents as a packet when it comes up to the board. Let's see the old and the new,
Right,
and
yeah.
what those scores were.
Yeah, just so we're
I
clear.
think one of the values that we've been having, of either personnel department or having a PQB, is standards and consistency. And so if we're not gonna have that, it's very concerning to me. In the short time that I've been on the board here, whether it's the PCFs and the forms that are never filled out properly, definitely improvements since the PCF was, but it's been a long
Revised.
history of not being consistent, not having a standards-based approach. And I think that's where you end up having a lot of problems between departments. So I'm hoping that they are on board with having a consistency and rewriting bylaws and sticking to them.
Okay. Any other comments? Are we ready to take a vote on this? Francie?
I'm just trying to compare it to other existing salaries, existing prior to the 2% increase this year, based on the document, on the classification, not the system, but the actual hourly rate.
As opposed to admin assistant, how many assistants, department heads are there? There's treasurer, there's town administrator, there's highway. Is that it?
The town accountant,
Oh, assistant town.
That's an assistant town accountant.
Right.
Assistant.
I would say that the assistant in the clerk's office, the treasurer collector's office, and the accountant's office are of a higher grade than just an assistant. But potentially, I would also argue that the assistant in the town administrator's office is a confidentiality employee. So for different reasons, I would hold them to a higher standard, which then should translate into compensation.
And what about the assistant town? Did somebody mention the assistant town clerk?
Yeah,
An
because,
assistant position again, rather than an admin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
so there's the
at least
assistant
5
town
of
clerk,
them.
not an admin assistant.
Right.
Yeah.
Town clerk,
Assistant
assistant
town
treasurer,
clerk,
assistant town administrator, assistant to
assistant
the highway
treasurer.
department, and
Right,
assistant accountant.
right.
There's 4.
No, we're gonna break those up. I'm gonna say assistant town clerk, assistant treasurer collector, assistant accountant. Okay, they're together. I have an administrative assistant. Say, is there any others? Although Randall's is worded strangely, or I should say the highway superintendent or the highway department's is worded strangely, that's not an assistant superintendent. It's still an assistant admin to the superintendent or an assistant to the superintendent. It is not an assistant
Assistant
superintendent.
I mean, is the expectation that these folks step in to become the, the department
Well-
head in their absence?
For the town clerk,
Yes.
the assistant town clerk, the assistant treasurer collector, the assistant accountant,
Right.
the assumption should be yes,
Yeah,
and you should
right.
groom them for that. But all three of those, John's right, they have signing authority.
Here's the difference.
The assistant to the highway superintendent does not have signing authority.
Last year's salaries, but-
My assistant really doesn't have
Yeah.
signing authority.
Yeah,
no, but she's in a confidentiality position.
Correct.
different, yeah.
So how do they
different-
compare, because may not be comparing apples and oranges because of longevity and
Yeah.
other,
Right, there's other
background
things later.
experience, qualifications, certifications.
Yeah.
I mean, traditionally, I've always been brought up for 20 years is basically steps equate to years in the position. So if you got somebody that comes into whatever position is, whether it's clerical, supervisory, or whatever, they're hired at whatever grade it is, and it's step 1. And then year 2, they go to step 2, or and then step 3, unless, depending on your general bylaw or your union contract, it gives you the right to, for performance, to holding somebody back from that. But then, and I'm more used to these type of boards being advisory and never with the power and authority that the PPB has, is, okay, you want to hire somebody, whether it's basically, a clerical position, a management position, or whatever, you know what the grade is, because the job description tells you that, but you just pulled the highway superintendent or the DPW director out of Westfield, and you want to hire that person, and you would end up going to, the advisory board and saying, okay, I would like to hire this person. They've got all this experience in the same position. I would like to hire him, and he's, he or she has been there for 7 years. I want to hire him at a step 7 because of that experience. And that's my experience of how steps work.
Yeah.
And are integrated with the grades.
So then, with that kind of experience, it makes sense to be along in the steps. The question is, what was the justification to go from 5 to 8 if the job description didn't change?
Yeah.
Because that's what determines the grade.
I'd have to go back and check that. I can't say yes or no. I wish
I-
I could definitively,
Yeah.
but I can't.
I think honestly, personally, I think we need to move on this.
Yes.
I'm tired of kicking the football back around on this one. I think whatever happened. We've got to learn from it. We've got to move forward and figure it out as we move forward with PQB and help be a guide to level of consistency in our expectations on things. But just saying, hey, we don't like this, we need to figure out this and kick it back to PQB again, we need to be done with it tonight.
I think it's a fair compromise. I in my
Yeah,
opinion.
and I think they did compromise, and I appreciate their looking at that. So I would like to entertain a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so be it. Thank you.
Okay, now I have another issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing.
Now what? A new can of worms?
Yeah?
Of course, with John reading that, I can take this another way, but with the PCFs that I got back from PPPB that normally would be signed,
For-
they don't have 1925 in them. They're still at
See what I mean?
Well,
2270.
I thought I had the original. So I just crossed it, updated it, signed it, noted it, and the minutes will
They
reflect
didn't
it.
sign it with that number. They would have to initial that change,
Oh,
Yeah,
I would think.
yeah, I know they
yeah,
should.
they do.
Yeah, because all we had in our packets were
See
the
what I mean?
22.
It's just like
I have
ridiculous.
the
These
original,
things are
and the other
never
thing is
right.
weird
They don't
is,
check off the benefits, or something's not right with it. They redid them because it wasn't logical, they're still not.
I know your frustration, but,
Yeah.
so,
So I believe that, my interpretation says that we can amend it. That with the, once it gets to us, we can set it at whatever it is.
right? But we can't sign for PQB, though.
But we, as the board, we don't need to.
the
because the Board of
chair has to
Selectmen-
sign it.
We could supersede it.
Right, the Board of even if they had signed it and we said, you know what, we're gonna drop it down $2,
Yeah.
we don't need to go back and ask their permission.
Right.
We took the vote,
Okay.
we're overriding it. We vetoed their rate, we set the rate at 1925 and voted on it.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the only signatures that truly matter are select board.
So,
That's my take.
we're modifying the amount that's on that PCF, is that what you're saying?
Now, what do you have for a date setting for what you think is the original? The 7/2.
Yeah.
When did they meet?
We have not done that before.
No. Can
It
they,
was in my
I mean,
report.
when are they meeting again? Anytime soon?
I thought it was like the 15th.
Yeah, they did.
Or the
It was
16th.
15th.
Yeah, but that's the 2270. That's the one that got sent back.
Right. They're meeting again not
So they
until the
didn't issue
19th.
another
Correct.
Or anything with any correction.
Well, they
Correct.
need to.
Can they not issue a corrected one and just send it to us before the next meeting, or?
If they want to get mad at us, they can get mad at one of their own members for the interpretation. But, you know, I mean, he's portraying to us that they recommended 1925, so I don't see where if I change this to 1925 and the chair signs it,
Okay, it's just precedent setting. We've always sent them back if there was something wrong, because
Was the
they've been
meeting
signed
recorded?
off by various departments.
well, I can also remember a former chair of that committee telling me that we couldn't touch and make any amendments to these. That seems to suggest otherwise.
Well, how about a mini compromise? If we have to make the change tonight, so this can take effect immediately, but whenever they next meet, they do a revised one for the record that shows their signature on it?
We could also change the motion to say that we approve it pending the
Pending?
change by the PQB.
All right, well, that might be an idea. Yeah, I mean,
I'm fine with
we
that.
approve it, but pending also receipt of a
Amendment.
Yeah,
accurate
I mean,
PCF.
I understand past practice and all that, but I think the rules say the buck stops with the Board of Selectmen, and the Board of Selectmen could do basically anything.
Understood. I just don't like-
It's also sending a signal.
Well, but
back.
so many cross-offs doesn't also look very, very correct. I mean, if, you know, something gets crossed off, we questioned last time when the 18 or the 17 got crossed off and 22 was written in there, so
Yeah.
I think just for cleanliness sake, shall
You
we
never
say?
know what, like, who agreed to what
Yeah.
if you start
I mean,
crossing things
I'm
off.
fine to go ahead and sign this tonight so that it can get in the system and get moving, but I would just, for pro forma's sake, like to suggest that when they meet again, they do a correct one
That,
for
I
the,
think that's fine, as
for
long,
the
as long
files.
as the employee can be,
Yes.
because I wouldn't want the employee to wait 2.5
No,
months.
I'm not saying
to
that.
get their
Yeah.
I'm not
compensation.
saying that.
No.
Yeah.
That way, we'll have the correct document.
So who did the original motion?
There?
No, I think
Oh,
John.
here?
John made the original motion and you, Rainey, seconded it.
Okay, do you want to amend the motion? Who made the motion?
John did.
Want to amend the motion that's pending approval by the PQB?
Or submittal of
Of an updated form, corrected form?
Yeah, request for a
And
corrected
I'll
form.
second that.
But wait a minute, just be clear, that it will not take effect until we get that form? That isn't what I was saying.
No, we want it to take effect tonight, and we are requesting PQB to provide us the corrected form.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, are we all in agreement with that? All right. Do we need to vote on that? Okay.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so
Yeah.
it is signed, it will take effect at 1925, but we will request a corrected PCF signed duly by the PQB, and I can
And this is
Also-
retroactive to July 1, correct?
sign it.
Yes.
Is it? I don't know.
Yes. I believe so. Is that what that
Is it retroactive to July 1?
The-
I don't think that was clear. I'm talking about going forward from today.
Yes, effective date is July
7/1.
1st. Yeah, it
July
says
1?
7/1.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay, we're clear. Thank you.
Now I have a second PCF.
You do?
What's the next on the agenda?
Joanna Douglas.
Yes.
Please, all right, the next one. We do have a personnel change form. We have a PCF for Joanna Douglas, youth librarian, wage increase for FY '22. All right, and John, do you have something you'd like to say about this? Go ahead.
Board reviewed it and, based on the fact that, yeah, the board just agreed with it because of the vote of at the town meeting in the budget to increase it.
Okay. So this would bring it from 1887 to 1962. It's a 30-hour work week for the youth librarian.
I'd just like to note, it says the select board voted to increase the youth librarian's hourly rate. I'd like to add that it's the town meeting
Town meeting, yeah.
that voted to approve the increase.
And do you have the original on that, Ed, or? Assuming what I have is a copy, so I won't sign this. Okay, so, can we have a motion then for this PCF?
I moved to approve Johanna Douglas's PCF.
Okay, can I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And Ed will find me the original at some point.
I just had it, and I don't know where it went.
Elusive. All right, the next thing we have are licenses and permits. And we have, oh, here we go. We have a one-day wine and malt permit request for Conant Park from Erica Flood and Craig Beaudry for August 7th, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. as a family party. And Ed, it looks like everything is here. The paperwork, I believe, is
Yes, it is. Everything's in order.
all here, the one-day list, the request, the hold harmless agreement, et cetera. And the permit from the Park Commission,
Right.
signed by Paul O'Mac. So everything is in place. Thank you. I'll just sign this one.
Motion to approve?
I'll second it.
All right, any discussion?
So, Ed, does the park commission collect the fees, or do you? For
For-
like, this isn't, for example, this is an out-of-town person,
Yeah.
so you collect the 175 in this case?
No, they collect the pavilion rental fee.
They do, okay.
We collect in our office
The $45,
yes,
Okay.
the licensing fee.
okay. And have these fees been consistent for a long time? Do you know?
Since I've been here.
Yeah, okay, just curious.
Yeah, I think,
I would like to make some changes to the one-day application, however,
In this particular case, or in general?
not in general.
You want to just have us vote on this first, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
We have a motion and a second, I think, right?
Yeah.
yes, I think we have a motion and a second. Shall we vote on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. So your recommended thought, Ed?
There's a couple of things with the current package. One, you can get an all alcohol license, but you have to be a 501c3 to do that. So I'd like to put that little asterisk on there, just clarifying it for the people that send it in. We get a $60 check, we have to send it back to them. The other thing is, in the actual application form, it requests that they get it back to us 2 to 4 weeks ahead of time. I've had people mail it like that 2 weeks ahead of time, and it got delayed in the mail, and it doesn't make a meeting, so I'd like to put in, suggested at least a month ahead of time. And those are basically the two changes.
But the fees are still the 150 for town residents plus a $50 deposit and 175?
I have nothing to do with that. That's the park
That's
commission
what's
for
on
the
the form,
pavilion.
yeah.
Which,
Okay.
I mean, with municipal revenues, you're not supposed to make a profit. You're only supposed to charge to cover your actual costs. However, I firmly believe that we do get an awful lot of out-of-town business because
Yeah,
the rates are both for residents and outside residents are so inexpensive as compared to some of the alternatives.
That's why I asked how long it's been at this particular rate. And the transfer station employees go down and pick up all the trash after these events, right? Is there a certain amount of town work that's involved when this is rented?
Yes, there is. Yes, and then I'll have
Has
to.
that been costed out anytime recently?
Probably not recently. We'll, should take another look at that. I mean, it did come up during COVID when our town departments started to want to use Conant Park for meetings, and by CDC rules and regulations, like the bathrooms were supposed to be cleaned in between
Yeah.
every use and whatever, so the park commission was saying yes, but it's like, we don't have the time or the manpower to,
Right.
to do that,
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
And may I please have permission to go back to my Greenway update?
Sure.
There was one piece I forgot to bring up, and Aaron Toshler's keeps getting on me about this particular piece, and I keep forgetting, because actually, I don't think I have the authority to make this decision, but the overall group of the towns have formed an alliance that from Northampton down to New Haven, if this rail trail were all connected. And all the other towns have signed on. They would like to, not for our particular portion, but they would like the approval to have the overall name of the entire rail trail, the New Haven and Northampton Canal Greenway. And like I said, I keep forgetting, so would the select board be all right with that overall name?
And I think the reason for that is so that this alliance is helping to
Promote it,
promote the entire rail trail up and down the East Coast. So
Exactly.
even though we don't have our portion done yet,
Yeah.
we will still be, as far as I know, the
The green.
Southampton Greenway.
right,
Whereas you've got the Manhan Trail,
Yeah.
Rail Trail, you've
Yeah.
got the Columbia Greenway in Westfield, whatever, we'll still be the Southampton Greenway. But this is trying to name the entire band
right,
all the way down to Connecticut, and,
from New Haven to Northampton.
right, and it's gonna be more for promotional and whatever.
Yes.
It's an alliance, just trying to get the word out about the trail and raise money and do whatever they're gonna do, I guess, with this alliance. That's what I had read about as
Did
well.
the Greenway Committee vote to endorse that and bring it to us?
The Greenway Committee's all right with it,
Yeah.
and like I say, Aaron just asked me if they had that right, and I said, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't really want to take that on, and I said, let me take it back to the select board.
Right. Okay, so then the motion would be to
To
approve this,
Yeah, approve the name for the 81 miles of the overall rail trail from New Haven to Northampton as the New Haven and Northampton Canal Greenway.
Okay. All right. I'll take that as a motion, yes, okay. And a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Good, thanks for that, Ed. All right, moving on to warrants. This looks like a very long list, which, as I looked at it, I thought, no wonder I've been spending all my time at town hall. But one thing I will say, the first three, Ed, we had actually done before, because I went back and looked at my list. So we had already approved, or not approved, we'd already announced 2052A, 52LS, and 52. So those were done at the end of June meeting. So I will start with PD 2152A, which is a payroll deduction warrant with retirement, and that's in the amount of $180,639.16. There's a payroll warrant, P2154, in the amount of $100,159.03. Vendor payable warrant, W2155, in the amount of $117,448.79. Another vendor payable warrant, someone came in late on their warrant, W2155A, for the amount of $1,478.50. And then starting now with fiscal 22, we have payroll warrant 2 for the amount of $200,669.34. Vendor payable warrant W223 for $297,081. Payroll warrant P224, $254,485.63. And lastly, a payroll warrant PD 22-4 in the amount of $41,738.29.
And that one's actually a payroll deduction.
Payroll deduction
That's
warrant, right.
That's my fault.
Yep, payroll deduction warrant. So with that, I relinquish the warrant responsibilities to Francine. All right, good. No other documents, I think, requiring our signatures that I'm aware of. Do we have any offhand?
Oh, we do have these minutes from, do you want me to wait until we discuss the minutes?
All you need to do is sign those.
Yeah, we
Those-
You're the signer of the minutes.
Oh, okay, yes.
They were
I'm
approved.
sorry.
Those are the amended minutes from the last meeting.
From the last time.
Okay, sorry, I
Okay,
meant,
good.
thank you.
Yep, no other documents that I know of. So we do have some minutes to approve. We actually have an oldie but goodie here from March 17th, 2020. I was reading that and I was like, oh my goodness.
No.
What
Yeah, that
happened?
was like,
What happened?
that was
like our
the
last meeting.
pandemic. That was a big,
That was our
that was
last
the worst
meeting in
week of my
person, I
life.
think. Oh my God, yeah. So,
St. Patrick's Day.
I know. It's usually the best week of my life. That was the worst week of my
yeah,
life.
really. Let's just take a minute, let's just take them one by one. There's 3 warrants here. I think there was just a couple things I think I saw on this one that I'm trying to figure out where I put it. Did anybody else notice anything on the
I
March?
did not notice anything.
Page 3, under reports, at the very end of the first bullet, Open Space Review Committee. Is it Open Space Review Committee? It's not review, is it?
Yeah.
Is it Review
Yeah.
Committee?
Yeah.
Is it called Review Committee? Okay. My bad. Then the last bullet at the end of the last, the section following that, the Open Space and Recreation Plan had a meeting. I don't think they had a meeting. I think the committee.
Right, the committee.
So, the,
Well, it's a different committee, though. It's not the Open Space Review Committee, it's the Open Space and Recreation Committee.
right. Or it was the Plan Update Committee, was it not?
It was the Plan Update Committee.
Right, so the Open Space and Recreation Plan Update Committee.
What
So-
page?
Page,
Second bullet.
Page
third-
3.
Third line on the bottom.
From March 17th?
yeah, kind of right before the word presentations, go up about 2 sentences.
Third to last line on the second bullet. The Open Space and Recreation Plan Update Committee had a meeting.
Update.
Committee had a meeting, okay? That was the only thing I think I saw then.
Did you get that, Ed?
So it's the Open Space and Recreation Plan
Update
Update.
committee, yeah, the plan didn't have a meeting, the update committee had a meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the only thing I saw. Did anybody else find anything?
Nope.
All right, let's go through all of them, then we can vote on everything all at once here. The next one is June 15th, 2021. Just two things again from me. Bottom of page 3, under the Master Plan Implementation Committee report. End of the first or second sentence, the information has been placed in 2 books. I think I would just change that into 2 documents there. Books.
Oh, no, I've seen them. Books is very pertinent.
They're only like 25 pages, come on. And then on the page 2, sorry, under the reports,
Same minute?
first bullet, yeah, the same minutes, June 15th, page 2, just Senator Velas, spelled wrong, his name. But the middle of the page, under the first bullet, Select Board, toward the end of that first bullet, Senator Velas and Representative Sabadosa were present. Velas is V-E-L-I-S,
Oh, right.
Yes.
just typos.
Where is it?
Middle of page 2, thereabouts, at the end of the first bullet, toward the end of the first bullet. So you've got the Select Board
The
bullet.
sentence starts on Monday.
Yeah, go up to 4.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, okay, that's it. I think that's all I saw. Okay, anybody else, anything?
Nope.
All right, and last one is minutes for June 29th. Anybody see anything offhand? I guess just a question, is the new business in town, is it Dreamer or Dreamers?
It's Dreamer.
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 Dreamer, so we've got an S on that, so those would be just, take off the S, that's all.
Where's that?
Under the Pledge of Allegiance,
Yeah.
Yes.
oddly enough.
Dreamer.
The third line down.
Dreamer's Store, yeah, third line, the very top of the page, under the Pledge of Allegiance bullet. Just take off the S there, and I think
Well, it's
there's,
either that or I put an apostrophe between the R and the S.
oh, that too.
Yeah.
And
I'll
then,
get rid of the S.
and then on page 2, on the back page, just the last line under reports. Congratulated Vulcan LLC DBA Dreamers.
Yeah.
It's not spelled right. No, it's misspelled. Isn't it V-O-L-L?
And
No,
Vulcan spelled wrong.
yeah.
So
Yes.
I'll fix that too.
V-O-L-L-K.
And this is why you're getting all these grants, because they're so impressed with you and Diane and everybody's writing ability.
We're just going blind is what we're doing. Okay, so with that in mind, with those, a few corrections, could I have a motion to approve the 3
So
sets of
moved.
minutes? I hear a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Right, I just lost my place. Okay, any updates on pending items, Ed, on the Green Community Grant, the Charter Building, or the Clearwater Woodland Boundary?
No.
No updates, okay. We do want to still keep, especially the Green Community Grant on our
Yeah.
headline, and you know what, as I look back, actually, I think it was in that March meeting, we started talking about the Charter Building, so a year ago, so I think we ought to figure out, do we need to have them come in and talk to us, or what do we need to do with that?
No, I'll reach out to them again.
Okay,
Like I said, the disconnect seemed to occur once we said we'd keep the building, so it might be easier just to say, knock it down.
we're planning on knocking it down, if you want it,
You can have it.
Yeah.
come get it. All right, good, okay. All right, and then for the calendar and announcements, our next select board meetings are already scheduled for August 10th and 24th. And we probably should try to schedule September while we're here. Labor Day is, let's go
The
again.
6th.
Labor Day is the 6th, so our normal meeting time could be the 7th if we're 2 weeks out from the 24th.
Well, now, Lucy did bring up the fact that
Point.
the select board meeting used to be on the Tuesday night when
They were open,
our two offices are
open
open
until 6 o'clock, right?
until 6 o'clock.
And are those specific nights of the month? Is that,
Actually, believe it or not, yeah, it falls on the payroll Tuesday. So in this particular case, if we wanted to get back on track,
okay,
we'd either have to move the select board meeting to the
14th?
14th, or it would go back to August, whatever that. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
So those are the two options.
those are the
And
choices, yeah.
I have never seen a great deal of traffic in here
Like you said,
for the draw of the select board meeting that pays their bills or goes to the town clerk's office, but I could be wrong about that. The one advantage I do see, and of course it also means they need to be or should be upfront on the select board agendas on those evenings, are at the times, if we're like tonight on a tight schedule to get somebody sworn in to serve on a committee so they have a quorum or whatever.
Right.
At the times that we may issue bonds or state notes and need
John's signature.
need signatures for those type of things, or there are some state grant forms and
Sure.
whatever that it would be advantageous
Yep.
if they were approved, signed here, the town clerk was here and could put the town
Right.
seal on them. So
Okay.
that's the biggest advantage I see to being on that same schedule.
Okay, so those are,
The only thing with going on that schedule means that we're meeting Thanksgiving week and Christmas week, if you roll forward.
Meeting Thanksgiving week,
I'm just saying, I mean, if we follow the payroll cycle. So we'd have to be adjusting that. And just a side note on the scheduling, I would ask that you consider moving public comment to the beginning. Now that we're back in person, asking somebody to wait until 10 o'clock. When if they have something that's on the agenda that they want to speak about, I'd rather hear from them in the beginning, before we've already dealt with the issue. Just a thought.
well, and oftentimes, though, open time is not necessarily for things that are on the agenda, though, right? I mean, for the most part, it's other stuff. I mean, if it's on the agenda, they would sit through the agenda to get there, but, okay, so,
This select board, much to my dismay for the 3.5 years I've been here, have been very accommodating to the public and actually does, for the most part, engage them if they have a comment during.
I was sitting here tonight saying, I rule this completely different at the school committee level. It's like, you can't go up to the
well,
podium
I know,
and just talk. It's just,
yes, well, live and learn. Okay, so I guess then our choices are, so we hear John's comment about going forward for Thanksgiving and but maybe things will,
maybe those 2 months we
yeah.
change it.
I don't know.
Change it, you're
We
right,
could
exactly.
change up something
Yeah.
perhaps there.
That's the hard part of this,
Yeah.
especially with Monday holidays and whatever, is
Right.
that something will
Intervene,
bounce us off that schedule, and we'll be off, then you'll try to get back on, you'll have another
Sure.
holiday or something
Yep.
come up, and you're back off, and trying to get back on it again is,
okay, so what I'm understanding is we're already set for August 10th and the 24th, and our choice would be to do also a meeting on August 31, just to get us back on schedule.
Right,
And then that would put us on September 14 and September 28.
right.
right, or you skip that 30th and have a 3-week lag and go to the,
Yeah, 3 weeks seems a lot long
yeah.
time. Are we okay with a meeting on the 24th and the 31st of August?
Well, I kind of like the idea because I say we take the 31st and that is our deadline to do public interviews. Assuming that we have good candidates,
Yeah,
right? Because we'll only be a week
Yes.
out from a meeting.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So 31st, 14th, and 28th, is that
Yes.
what we're talking about? Okay. So let's have a motion then to set the future meetings after August 10th and 24th to August 31, September 14, and September 28. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so be it. Great. And do we have any people from the public? I think our public has come and gone. Tammy, if you're out there, we can't hear you. But anyway.
They're on vacation this week.
Oh, very good. Okay, so with that, no open time. We are going to have an executive session tonight, and I guess I will read the bits and pieces here. Going into executive session per MGL, Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. Local 130 New England Police Benevolent Association Dispatch. And with that, could I have a motion, a roll call motion to go into executive session?
I'll make a motion to go into executive session, and we won't be coming back to open session.
Correct. We will not be returning to open session.
Second.
All right. And roll call vote, is that right, Ed?
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Lumbra, aye.
Tishman, aye.
Groden, aye.
Piper, aye.
Fowles, aye. Okay, so we will be adjourned here at around 10, 11, 10, 12, something like that?
10:10.
10:10.
10:10?